Hey, what's up, Larry, baby? Listen, this is just a little remix to remind you that you are still the shiznit. So don't even worry about Darryl Moore the Bomb and his B-Team minions, because you had a purpose before they even had an opinion. You still got much love out here, and you are still winning. So let those haters hate, and let those trolls troll. Wow. They are just mad because they will never ever rise to your level.
Hold on. Cut the motherfucking track. Okay. Happy Friday to the Conscious Crew members. What's going on, y'all? Let me tell y'all, honey. A nigga literally slept all the way up till going live, child. I done missed 12 phone calls, girl. Responded to nobody's text, baby. Got DMs to get back to, emails to respond to. What I tell y'all, this massage that my man, remember I had told y'all the other night I went to the massage parlor, that my nigga took me to the massage parlor, child. And I just got all goddamn deep tissue massage, girl. I don't know what done happened, baby. But that little Asian woman done put the glory of God in my bones again, child. And I am just sleeping so beautifully these days. Like the past few days, girl, I've been in like that deep, I'm a virgin again ass sleep. You know, that sleep you used to get when you was innocent and untethered and untainted from the world, girl. You know, that I'd never been touched sleep, girl. Child, my ass just been getting this old deep from the South. Harriet Tubman on the run for a week, finally done laid down and found a resting place under a oak tree. Type sleep, girl, just old deep rest from the inside out rest, child. So I am just girl, I was start getting me like at least a old nasty piece of massage, like at least 2-3 times a damn month, child. Cause you know, I'm an old vampire asshole. I'm an old witch, you know, I'm an old Christian witch and stuff. So, you know, my sleep patterns be off. And even when I be asleep, girl, I be astral projection and dream jumping and, you know, doing inception and jumping into other people's subconscious minds and you know, fucking around with they dumb parts and moving stuff around. And you know, I be doing, you know, that's another story for the you know. Girl, so I literally I got home, I shaved my face, I trimmed myself up because I was actually going to come, and this was going to be a visual Friday Night Live. So I was determined to get up here and be loud, live, and in color with y'all. So I had already prepped the show and everything and got everything I needed in order, and already had to pull out my outfit and everything, child. You know, I just knew I was going to be able to give you an old nasty piece of Friday Night Live. But child, I literally laid my ass down thinking I'm gonna take a little nasty piece of nap, girl. Old nasty piece of nap turned into 6 hours of sleep that woke me up right on time. So I just washed my face, brushed my teeth, and got myself rejuvenated, and was able to be here still 3 minutes late. But we in the goddamn building, girl. Nonetheless, this is going to be quite the show tonight. I can't even tell you what the purpose of tonight's show is, other than it is a piecing together another receipt-filled night. Because I told you guys, you know, I'm not really a receipt type person unless it's for a real purpose. I really don't strive to prove a point just to prove a point. I like to prove a point when I feel like something really is going to come out of proving a point, you know, because the way that my spirituality got my ego set up at this point, it's like I'll just speak my truth and move on. You know what I'm saying? It's like, if you know, you know, child. If you don't, you don't. If you caught it, you caught it. You know what I'm saying? If I go to give a verbal recount of an event and I'm not doing a slideshow presentation of the receipts to correlate with it, you know, my whole attitude is, girl, you know, most of the stuff that I go to address, the few things that I have addressed in my time being on social media, most of that stuff has taken place online. So it's just like, well, you know, if you weren't around to catch it, then you just weren't around to catch it. You know what I'm saying? I ain't even about to muscle through and, you know, pull together this, that, and the third. But that also doesn't mean that a bitch does not have a storehouse of receipts, as you guys have been witnessing over the past few days. If you did not get an opportunity to catch my live about Fupa Moore and his band of broken buses, okay, flying buses, you know, and how they manufacture views and, you know, Tube Buddy and all this goofy doofus ass shit that got them dilapidated and privated with accounts, subscriber accounts now. You know, catch that video. I broke down all of that, you know, shit ins and outs, girl. You know, just too easy. You know what I'm saying? I'm starting to lose my personal interest again in because it's too easy. Like, this is too easy. You know, I like real competitors, and this is not competition whatsoever. It's I haven't even broken a sweat yet. Larry ain't even said the nigga name yet. You know what I'm saying? This is low hanging fruit, child. This is like, these are stupid, dilapidated criminals who walk into the punches. You know what I'm saying? Like, you can just stand in the middle of a room and just start windmilling your arms, and the gravitational pull of you windmilling would just draw them into the punch. You ain't even got to run up on them. You know what I'm saying? You just start swinging your arms, girl, and they'll just be pulled into orbit, girl, and get hit without you. It's just too easy, girl. You know, just walk into the punches and shit. So, you know, so I don't like them kind of opponents. You know what I'm saying? I like to go toe to toe with real draggers, with real toe taggers. I like to really go up against real professional shit talkers. I like a challenge. You know what I'm saying? So that was a big part of why it was also very easy for me to just pay these hosts on mine, because I don't respect them, I don't know them, I don't see them, I don't check for them. They not talented, they're not gifted, they not anointed, they ain't got no substance, they ain't got no pizzazz. You know what I'm saying? Like, they lack such competence that, hell, they even try to remix my reads. You know what I'm saying? Somebody sent me a clip just the other day. No, I think I saw it over on Knockout Media's platform. And shout out to Knockout Media. Check him out, subscribe over there to his platform. He played his time over there on Demonic Media. And girl, I ain't even ran the intro, girl. We're gonna get to that. And T.S. McMillan, girl, had, you know, called herself responding to whatever Knockout Media had said. And he was saying something like, I do know Larry Bartholomew, da 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 da. And he got that from me, who I got from T.S. Madison. Y'all know that William McWig name has came up, you know, over the past few months, and I've had to drag and toe tag that hoe, and now she done disappeared and ain't got shit to say. She got another cock, another paid for escort's dick in her mouth, okay? So she done found her dick to suck on like I told her to, and she's now off minding her dilapidated business. Okay, but y'all know I've been calling William Bartholomew, Rufus, Clyde, the third. So here it is, girl. Miss Unoriginal, Miss non-shit talker, Miss ain't got a original bone in her body, okay? She literally has no fucking identity whatsoever, girl. And literally just, she's so impressed by me. She studies how I speak. She studies the way I roast and gag. And she is so blown and so taken back by this. So taken back by this. She is so just enchanted by the Scorpio's giftings, girl, that she just says the hell out with trying to make it her own, girl. She literally just will plagiarize it, girl. She would just literally copy and paste the drags and drag somebody else with my reads of her and her team, girl. She did this another time before with Prissy Poodle, who you guys know used to be over there with the 18. Things went left. Prissy Poodle, you know what I'm saying, chucked up the goddamn deuces, and they called themselves Dragon and, of course, Dachshund, Prissy Poodle, etc. And here it is, Miss T.S. Macmillan girl just went to literally my roasting and dragging of him. He pretty much just slapped Prissy's name on a girl and dragged her with the same roast. I'm just like, girl, I can't. I this is so. It's like. Like doing this is almost like drinking a flat soda. It's like I'm trying my best to, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, cause you know, girl, I got it all in me. I got all of hell inside of me, girl. And I'm just like, come on, like come with the it stuff. You know what I'm saying? Like, bitch, I'm like, bring your glory to this battle so that I can match you, girl, because I'm just still throwing these hoes. I'm just still tossing these hoes back and forth across the room, girl. I ain't even got my foot deep down off in their guts. This is still just a foreplay. This is still just a rah, rah, rah. This is still just like the parking lot hype. This is still like my friends holding me back. Like, this is still just me cussing them out in public while the police and while security is surrounding me, protecting them from me. I ain't even got to them. I ain't even ran all the interviews that I did last year with relatives, ex-co-workers, ex-wives, ex-boyfriends. I ain't even did all that. I ain't even got to the minutia of where this is going, and I'm just like, girl, are we ever gonna get there? Like, is we ever gonna get there? But they're fighting with such fifth grade energy. Their tactics are so fifth grade. Their lingo is so fifth grade. And they have zero intellectual capacity. They don't even know how to read a lawsuit. They don't even know how to interpret a lawsuit. They don't even understand the fucking law. Like, T.S. Macmillan thinks that a pre-trial hearing for a defamation suit is unprecedented. Girl, what can I do with that? Like, what can I do with that? Like, what? How? And I be looking for the fire, and I just keep ending up disappointed. So I just be having to just, go off my own premium gas here. But I'm still waiting for the fire. This is like mist, not even mist. This is like smoke from a candle. I'm waiting for the blaze so that we can get gully. I'm waiting for them to, but see, the truth is they ain't got it. They done played their best hand already. They done talked all the shit that can be taught. They done did everything that God gave them the capacity to do already. These are just the pebble throwings from them now, okay? Like, and so I guess I done jumped in too late. I really missed all my opportunities to get gully and to get gutter. But now I'm ready. The Kraken is awakened. We 2 years in now. And now that I'm here. And I'm going to be here until this is over. So we got things to get into tonight, girl. It's going to get real dark. It's going to get real fraudulent, girl. It's going to get real fraudulent. So before it even get fraudulent, girl, let me go ahead, girl. Let me go ahead and I'm just keep this shit up here. Hold on, y'all. Mods, please put hello to everybody. Mods, chats, hit that thumbs up, subscribe if you're new, etc. Do all of that. Mods, can you please post the Patreon information, which also is in the description box. It's also playing underneath the banner as well for all who want to sign up, because we will be live and in color on the 8th at 10 a.m. for this pretrial hearing between the plaintiff and the defendant. Okay. Hold on. Let me insert this right here. Oh, Father God, baby. Let me see here. Hold on, y'all. I'm getting my screen together. Thumbs up for me. Okay, allegedly, girl. Okay, we go use the term, girl. Everything said in this commentary, girl, is alleged and or okay, corroborated. Okay, by hold on, girl. I got the shit written out, child. Hold on. Hold on to your allegedly. You got to hold on. Hold on to your allegedly. Hold on. Yes, thumbs up, baby. We almost had 100 thumbs up, child. We ain't even got into the commentary. Girl. We only 15 minutes in, which we gonna get to the shits, okay? We gonna get into the shits. Hold on. Yes, Shantae, I will be casting live streaming the actual trial in the Patreon. Yes, loud, live, and in color, baby. We're gonna be seeing exactly what's been going on in real time. Allegedly, all commentary provided is alleged and or corroborated with circumstantial and or cited sources and coverage regarding any statement made throughout. Oh, now we just gonna have to just say that and get that on out the way, honey. Old nasty piece of allegedly and things, okay? So while you guys thumbs up and share this video, girl, let's go ahead and play our pussy poppin' music, girl. I need to get my energy together because, you know, I'm feeling real rested and everything. So let's go ahead and do it, girl. As y'all are thumbs up and sharing the stream out, child. We will be back with our Friday Night Live and get into some very interesting things. Oh,
I know. Hey, what's up, Larry, baby? So listen, this is just a little remix to remind you that you are still the shiznit. So don't even worry about Darryl Moore the Bomb and his B-team minions, because you had a purpose before they even had an opinion. You still got much love out here, and you are still winning. So let those haters hate, and let those trolls troll. Wow. They are just mad because they will never ever rise to your level. Y'all haters ain't on his 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 level. You ain't on his level. Here we go. We're gonna start with Darryl Moore. You ain't on his level. And I'll say your name, cause from the pits of the hell you came. You's a dirty old man. You came up with a lame ass plan. You tried to take Larry down, with a proof that was unfound. Shame on you. Find something else better to do. Cause that same ditch that you dig in is the same ditch your ass gonna fall in. You recruited El Carter, and his dumb ass ain't no smarter. And as a matter of fact, I think you want Larry's feet in your crack. Damn! Marcellus, looking like Hannibal Burris. You're always making threats, but ain't never done a damn thing yet. Ain't you that gutter snake who made fun of Larry's rape? You'll say it ain't so, but when we saw you on a video, shut the hell up and sip your tea, because a badass you'll never be. All you do is talk shit with that lame ass 18 clip. And now we got big little Kim, who really just wants to sit in. I won't go in on you, sis, but you so much better than this. And Roxanne, Darryl don't wanna be your man. He is just using you because he needs a clicking of you. Y'all haters ain't on his level. Black Mr. Clean. Y'all haters ain't on his level. Whoever the hell y'all be, you ain't on his level. Y'all the biggest haters I ever seen. Y'all niggas ain't on his level. Y'all haters ain't on his level. You ain't on his level. Y'all haters ain't on his level. So, gotta give you an A for effort, but you really got an E for epic failure. No go crying the car.
Okay, we are back in the building, child. Hello to all my mods. Hey, Classy. Hey, Miss Miko. Hey, Oz. What's going on, Shantae? Hey, everybody going on in the chat. It's too many of y'all for me to be going up and down the chat. I'm already getting cash apps. People been signing up for the Patreon, girl, for this September the 8th, girl. So it's going to be quite a premiere, honey. Okay, woo, child. Wait a minute. There's a lot going on. Hold on, baby. Shout out to all of my cash apples, child. Shout out to Elania. God bless you, love. I love you so much. Okay, thank you. Bless to my other boo. Okay, Varsia. Okay, God bless Marilyn, Pastor Crystal. Okay. God bless Tawana. Okay. My boo Classy from last week, child. God bless you, bless y'all all, baby. Okay. Bless y'all all. I love you guys so much. Okay. Child, I don't even know where to get started, y'all. Okay, let me pull up my notes. Let me see. Let me get on track here. Get on track here. It's a lot going on in the world, y'all. Okay. So September the 8th, let me just clear this out of the way. Okay. September the 8th, you guys. It's not the end. I know that I've been seeing a lot of that language, you know, moseling around, like, I can't wait for the 8th, and I can't wait for this to be over. The 8th can't come sooner. The 8th is not the end. The 8th could be the end, okay? But that's going to depend on Judge S. Gwynn, okay? Judge S. Gwynn could actually rule on the 8th, okay? The lawyers have reason to believe that there is definitely a decent probability, okay, based upon how irritated James S. Judge Gwynn is in this case, okay? He's very irritated by the way that Fupa has been filing, okay? He's never seen such discounted responses. He's never seen such food bank responses. He's never seen such unethical responses from anyone like this, okay? So that's why he demanded and completely dismissed Fupa's motion for dismissal and called him directly to the goddamn stand. And as my girl Angie's Angle said, child, he may just want to lay his eyes on this damn fool himself, okay, and give him that work, okay, like Judge Mathis and Judge Judy is so known to do, baby, okay, give you that work, okay, in the flesh, okay. So there is a possibility that there could be a injunction and a ruling on the 8th, but what you really should prepare yourself for is the 8th is the beginning of the end, okay? We're going to be here. These are legal proceedings, and this is litigation, okay? This is not like going to your school principal and getting suspended for 3 days. It don't work that way. This is real life, okay? So this is not Fantasy Island. We're not living in Wonderland, and y'all asses is not Alice, okay? So September the 8th represents the beginning of the end, okay? So you guys to not only enjoy and lust after the end result, but you guys to also fall in love and also show some virtue toward the journey of victory, okay? This is a journey, okay? And the race is not given to the swift, okay? You guys know the rest of the verse. So September the 8th represents the beginning of the end. So calm down, child. We just getting started. The principal just caught, okay, the bad child in the room, baby. We ain't even, the pants ain't even went down and the switch ain't even got pulled out yet, baby. You know, we're just getting the bad child in the room, okay? The ass whooping ain't even begun yet, okay? So that, okay? I also wanted to mention this that I did not get a chance to mention, okay, before we get into the meat and the potatoes of tonight, about you know, when I exposed the shit out of Fupa's platform and everything, and Mad Church Disease, TS McMillan's platform, and all that freaky ass digital shit that they do with buying views and private accounts and tube buddy this and tube buddy that and blah 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 blah, and being a spam assassin and, you know, like harassing other content creators, comment sections, and dropping links, and, you know, constantly trying to bring attention to themselves by moving all throughout these YouTube streets and things, trying to get somebody to pay attention to their asses, okay? All of those variables make up, okay, why they view still look terrible, okay? Because we done had everything from 1K in the chat to 500 in the chat to 126 in the chat, okay? At the end of the day, the overall views still pan out the same, you know? And we won't even have to utilize TubeBuddy or buy views because it's just not even that deep, okay? However, the hashtags, okay, because somebody has sent me a screenshot of Fupa the night that I went live to talk about his tomfoolery, okay. He was really pressed, okay. Now my video was damn near at 1K as soon as it ended, okay. It was at 800 something views 26 minutes after ending. That video is now at 2.5K views, so Fupa can keep that dick in his mouth. But he also said, you're hashtagging all these people, Conscious, you're hashtagging all these people, child. Do you know how hashtags works, Fupa? No, you don't. Okay. I forgot. You know, you're an amateur at this and you're terrible at it. So of course you don't understand anything, okay? If you notice, Fupa, the people in the hashtags are not for the purpose of driving traffic to my channel. That you've made an idiotic you have an idiotic understanding here, okay? Hashtags, okay, allow me to connect the video to whomever is being hashtagged. Now, if you notice the hashtags, everybody in the hashtags, everybody who's involved in the case. Earl Carter, Andrea Garrison, Miss Miko, King Jives, you, and your narcissistic maniacal ass flying monkeys, okay? As you see in the hashtags, you don't see the Breakfast Club, you don't see CNN, you don't see Fox News, you don't see major networks, okay? This just allows the information to get connected to everybody's algorithm, because this is what you did for 2 years, okay? This is why when people would pull up Larry's name, all of your weak ass, manufactured, slanderous ass, bullshitting ass content that you can't even stand behind in federal court, you just got to all out deny the shit. That's what you did to get your content beside his, was you hashtagged him to death. So I just returned the favor and hashtag you hoes to death, okay? So that when people see y'all bullshit, they see mine as well, okay? So that our content can be warring off together, okay? That's why I'm going to leave all of my content and coverage completely up. Because as long as all y'all lies out there, I'm going to make sure that the truth is floating right up beside it, baby. For all to see, for eternity speaking. That's how that's going to work, okay? So hashtags are not necessarily meant to drive traffic per se, okay? Tags are. When you tag a video, it's meant for driving traffic. Hashtags is just a way to drop content under someone else's name, basically, so that when you bring their name up or search their names out, that you can see that content as well. And I'm only hashtagging those who are either victimized by y'all That would be Andrea, Miss Miko, Demario, Larry, myself, or hashtag the villains and the liars and the stupids in this case, which are y'all. Okay? So that when folks see Fupa Moore, when folks see Bussy Moore, they see CTV. It's like a content relationship created. That's how that works. So don't be mad, girl, that people are using the same bullets that you use. It is what it is. It's aggravating, isn't it? It's frustrating, isn't it? It's annoying, isn't it? That every time you go to tell a lie, that truth gets splattered all out there, honey. Okay? And then you have to sit back and smoke more cigars and produce more lung cancer over the anxiety and stress of knowing that you're never going to be able to release that subscriber account of yours, because every time that the truth remains alongside all your lies, okay, your subscriber account goes down despite the views that you pay for, okay? Despite the views that you pay for, that you keep losing subbies, okay? What started out as 3.5 is less than that, okay? According to sites like Social Blade and the likes, like I told you guys about in my last live, okay? And as you continue to produce and specialize in lies and narratives, your channel is going to tank, okay? Because the truth exposes your channel for what it is, okay? It's one thing if people don't know that you lie. You know, people will be naive in that way. But it's one thing once they know that you're lying. Once you know that you're playing in their face. Once they know, okay, that the truth ain't in you, okay? People lose interest, and they damn sure don't want to be committed to your platform. So like I said in my last video, you know that you can run those, you can pay for those views because YouTube is quicker to delete channels that actually purchase subscribers versus purchase views, even though they do eventually get around to also terminating platforms for buying views as well. But they're slower to do that and quicker to move to delete a channel where people have fraudulently produce subscribers. So, you know, you do got 1 ounce of damn common sense and self-preservation. You know better than to buy goddamn subbies, you know. But you'll try to, you know, capitalize off the back end by buying viewers instead of subscribers. You've been clocked, baby. So you're going to continue to bear witness to a decline in subscribers, girl, okay? Because this truth gonna keep floating alongside your lies to continue to inform people that you're full of shit and that you are shit and you're never gonna be shit. And that's the way that shit gonna be, okay? Now, I also, before we move on, wanted to speak to this situation with Miss Miko's t-shirts. I find it so interesting and just how really stupid and dumb you hoes are. And once again, this just goes back to the criminal for dummies type shit. You guys commit the crime and then get online and be and are boastful about breaking the law. I mean, I've literally never seen anything so idiotic in my entire life. Like y'all go rob the convenience store and then get online and celebrate. Let me tell y'all just how stupid they are. These are the type of bitches who go rob the convenience store, right? Get online and brag about, yeah, we robbed the convenience store. Cassandra and Crystal was the getaway person. They help us to speed off and to get away with the money. And what we gonna do is we gonna donate the money we stole out of the cash register. We gonna donate the money and the chips and the drinks we stole out of the convenience store to the Special Olympics. We gonna donate stolen illegal proceeds to a charity. This is how mentally insane This is it's the mental midgeting of it all for me. The mental midgeting of it all for me. So, because Miss Miko is not a celebrity, she's not a public figure, okay? She's an everyday citizen with real life occupation, real life bills, okay? Her mugshot cannot be sold commercially because she's not a celebrity, okay? It would have been one thing if you guys would have printed the mugshots and then gave the shirts away. Just giving the shirts away or just worn the shirts. But you guys actually admitted to selling the shirts, made a $400 profit off the shirts. Therefore, you literally committed, literally, and you can look it up, honey. If I didn't have 1,100 million tabs on my goddamn computer already, struggling with the glory of God, I would put it up myself. But you guys literally committed copyright infringement. And you guys also doxed her because you put the images on, you printed the images that you sold, which broke the which committed copyright infringement, and with the intent to humiliate her and to shame her. You guys are her open enemies. So, irregardless of how you verbally construct or, you know, how you select your wording, how selective you are in wording, everything else that y'all do contradicts the malice intent you guys try to argue away. Just like when T.S. McMillan put that post up of her fiance crashing into the pole and captioned it that this is what it's like to love Miko or some silly shit like that. Or like when Roxanne, Darryl definitely don't want to be your man because he wants to be with a man. When she was in the stream talking about dismembering Miss Miko and spreading her body parts all across the United States. Or when Miss Miko was doxxed. Or when T.S. McMillan and Fupa were online and talking about running up in people's houses dressed in black and taking people out. And us not even being able to know who is who and who did what. All that stuff that we done archived and documented. So everything that y'all do is happening under the umbrella and context of being her open enemy. That's what makes it slanderous. That's what actually makes it doxing. And y'all literally broke the law by selling her image commercially. Now, Miss Miko has a case all over again. If she didn't already have a case that could go to civil and one that could be criminal. Now you guys have given her an entirely different case against you. And I strongly encourage Miss Miko to hold every last single one of you flat ass, stank and dumb bitches completely accountable to the law, baby. I would pour every last single one of my goddamn coin, baby. I would raise all the motherfucking money there is to raise, baby. I would empty out every motherfucking piggy bank in my motherfucking house. Because not only would she get reimbursed for all of the financial, all of the coins she's going to have to pour into getting you hoes together, because she's going to be paid back in punitive damages and court fees, etc. That's how victories and lawsuits work. But there's going to be that and then some. That's what happens in lawsuits. You get all of the money you initially put up to fund your suit back, and then some. Pain and suffering and some. Judges show a lot of favor and empathy to people who are victims. They give them what they put up back and then some. And since you guys want to be so bold and so emboldened, you guys should be forced to have all that emboldened energy, all that bussy, feminine, estrogen energy. You should see what the courts have to say about such energy. We are going to find out through Larry soon what the courts have to say about emboldened energies. Okay. Oh, let's also not to mention that vigilante work is also illegal. You don't get to do the police's job and it become legalized because you're doing what's legal for a person in authority to do. So, and this is why Fupa is being sued. Fupa's not a private investigator. Fupa is not a judge. He doesn't have a hell of heaven or a federal penitentiary to put anybody into. He does not have the right to pry. He doesn't have the right to be slanderous. He just does not have the right, but he's given himself that right. And therefore, he's going to be held accountable. He's nothing but a man in a basement. There's no badges, no certificates, no doctor, no judge. There's no robe appointed to him. There's no badge appointed to him. There's no uniform appointed to him that gives him the legal authority to do the things that he's done over the past 2 years. That's why he's being dealt with. And as he continues to be delusional and suffer from delusions of grandiosity and be narcissistic, he's going to continue to pay up, and his life is going to suffer in unimaginable ways as a result of playing a character that's going to hurt the real life man behind the avatar. Day 3. Day 3. Day 3. So, Miss Miko, baby, I will play ball with them hoes, okay? They sold them shirts. Kick them off in their motherfucking asshole. Period. Open case. Open motherfucking case, honey. I said it one time before. I say it again, baby. Everybody over here is willing to be supportive of anything you need in resources, anything you need in coin. I don't know what the hell you need, but whatever you would need, if there's anything you do need, if there's anything you might need, baby, you got the full-on support of the people. Okay, to put a noose around these hoes' necks and let have and drag for the gods legally. Now, moving on from there, girl. Okay, we got stuff to get into, y'all. I've already been telling y'all. Okay, so word on the curve is Fupa now is trying to more so embrace his mental illness. Okay, you know, talking about him suffering from bipolar disorder and being 250,000 pounds heavy and suffering from PTSD and blah, 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 blah. We all know that this is a part of like reverse victimhood psychology. This is just reverse psychology, child. Now, Fupa is trying to play off of the sympathy. Like, he's the mentally ill, I don't know what I'm doing, already traumatized and wounded, why you hurting me, damsel in distress role. Well, he's going to have to make it make sense in terms of why that wasn't his story 2 years ago when he started to fuck shit. Why didn't he build his content? What? How is it that you did not build your channel up on your story like so many told you to? I think Miss Miko was saying for the longest that Fupa, you have a story to tell. You could have built your channel up off of the story that you're now trying to tell, that's only being told superficially to garner sympathy, okay? And to appeal to people who don't know better, empathy. But if there was any sincerity to that and you were interested, okay, in your 250,000 plus pound story, you was interested in your hoarder's story, okay, you was interested in your PTSD story, okay, that should have been your video catalog for the past 2 years, but instead that video catalog is 90% Larry Reid. I said it the other night, Fupa. It's a little too late, girl. You have put on your seatbelt too late, too far into the accident. The accident is already in motion. The head-on collision is already in motion. You've waited too long, girl, to put on a parachute. You waited too long to deploy your chute. You've waited too long to buckle in. You've waited too long to tie up your shoestring, girl. You're already falling down the steps. So now you are just forced, girl, to just brace yourself for impact. There's no self-preservation that is going to preserve you or shield you or protect you, because now everything you do obviously looks superficial and artificial. Everything you do now is obviously to deflect, to distract. You literally, and this speaks to how dumb and stupid you are, that you literally would wait until the last remaining seconds on the clock, on the midnight hour, to finally start trying to shift the narrative a little bit, trying to do non-Larry, non-CTV, non-Miko content, girl. You waited too late, sugar. You too deep now. You know how when you like jump in initially with your swimming gear, with your scuba gear, and then somehow you lose your oxygen tank, but you are so far down now on the ocean floor, you're so far down now on the beach's floor that even with lungs full of air, that you know that you're not going to make it back to the top alive. Because you're so far down now that nothing would literally save you but an act of God. But you've already experienced the act of God. Cease and desist, people just not responding to you for 2 years, people letting you run your dick sucker, people letting you do the most to them, people letting you, you know, build your channel up off of slander and harassment. Even when people didn't want to fight, wasn't picking a fight, didn't give a damn about you, and you insisted upon the smoke. You insisted upon your behavior, even when you was arguing with yourself and fighting with yourself and talking shit with yourself. You got so delusional okay, that Larry Reid, who has literally rarely ever addressed you, can probably count on one or two hands at this point in 2.5 years that he's actually addressed you, and then addressed you by nickname at that. Didn't even weaponize his platform the way he could have against you, because you would have been the only person to really benefit from an open beef with him. What did he look like? Yielding 100,000 subscribers to you. And that's just on YouTube alone. What did he look like? Utilizing his platform at this point in an open war against what is a insignificant blogger, who for 2 years still had to end up, despite having us all as content, still had to purchase views and still has to private his subscriber account. So what in the hell does Larry Reid look like? Fighting with you when you're the only person who can benefit in that way. But now he's going to really make you a star by humiliating you the way that you intended to humiliate him, by suing your ass loud, live, and in color for all to see. That's how he going to bless you. Since you wanted his attention, you got it now. And you got it in the worst way. When you see the way that this injunction is defined and lined up, and you see what Larry's lawyers and himself will be demanding and seeking, and the grounds that are going to justify the fulfillment of that injunction and all aspects of it, baby, I'm really going to be wondering what the hell are you going to be doing with yourself at that point. I'm really wondering what is post-Fupa going to look like. I'm really wondering what is the afterlife, the aftermath of Fupa going to really look like in entail. Once you see the nuance of that injunction fulfilled, baby, it's going to be very interesting for you, as we'll find out in just a few days from pre-trial. So you can now speak and do content about your mental illness, etc., which is also good, because I love that you're speaking about this, because what it helps to do is reinforce this injunction even more, because you admitting to suffering from bipolar 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10,000 and PTS this and PTS that, coupled with the way that you have weaponized all of your social media platforms against individuals, from Facebook to YouTube to Buy Me a Coffee to Instagram to wherever, actually creates nothing but solid grounds for you to be completely banned from the internet, because you're not mentally competent enough to have access to social media without being a liability to others, because you suffer from delusions and illusions and hallucinations and self-perceived, self-imagined things that allow you to target people just because of what's in your head. And this country is interested in protecting people, mentally ill people, from themselves, and also protecting truly mentally ill people from innocent people. Because sometimes mentally ill people, depending on the severity of their mental illness, do not have the capacity, okay, to control themselves and to operate within reality. This is why mental asylums exist. This is why psychiatric wards exist. And if you think that by painting some woe is me, I am all types of fucked up emotionally and mentally is going to somehow be a saving grace to your ass, you better use that paralegal certificate to research the psychiatric part of the prison, which you already know about. You've spent time in prison, boo. Okay? You will know that there is a regular wing where all of these sane yet rebellious, law-breaking individuals are. There's an LGBT ward for all the rainbow folk who want to disregard the law. And then there's also a psychiatric wing of the prison system, because mentally ill people still have to pay the piper. Okay? So I don't know what type of delusional, manic reality you live in that clearly is disassociated from the way that real life actually works, boo. But in your mind, I think you've actually made yourself believe that because you suffer from some type of a mental or emotional disability, that is going to be your trump card, or that's going to be your pass. Yeah, it's going to be your pass to be put in the part of the prison for people like you, for people who need medications and Prozac and Adderall like you, for people who need antidepressants like you. Okay? You better get your shit together, Fupa, because you thinking that you are the smartest crayon in the box, baby. It's literally not working out for you. Okay? So, by you self-admitting these things, it's great, because we get to correlate your behavior and your sickness and the bizarre things you've done, the abusive and criminal things you've done to people, to your mental illness, to prove that you are a liability unto yourself and unto others, that you are an endangerment. That's exactly what you are, and exactly what you are, an endangerment to others and yourself. You put yourself in very dangerous positions, like when you decided to cross state lines and put your very life in harm's way. Because Larry, had he been home and not in Miami, where his entire crew was on the beach, soaking up the sun, while you had your fat, botched body, open bussy ass in a rental in his driveway, jacking your dick to the residual Larry Reid ball sack scent that was in the air as you sat in that rental and beat your pussy open, okay, to the pheromones that Larry left behind on his property. You proved right then and right there that you are deranged and demented, and that as somebody who suffers with bipolarism and PTSD, okay? PTSD is something that many veterans and soldiers, police officers suffer from. There is historical precedents of soldiers and police officers experiencing their PTSD in such a way that it led to them killing innocent people. It led to them having flashbacks that resulted in them taking their own lives because they thought they was on the battlefield, or led them running out into the public and shooting up businesses and places because they thought they were in a shootout that they were traumatized by. So by you acting in the ways that you act, and you doing the things that you do, create an even bigger foundation for this injunction that Larry is seeking and is going to be granted in one way or another. Not only to be one that allows you to shut the fuck up about him and for you not to be able to produce another Google AdSense name. Another Google AdSense checking his name. But it's also very much so grounds for your ass to disappear from social media altogether, because you have proven through the history of you having access to social media that you cannot do anything but be a one-trick pony with social media, and that's use social media to dox and to harass and to slander, and that is a abuse. of social media rights. You are not giving the privilege to have access to social media, to use it to hurt and to harm people mentally and emotionally, to hurt and harm their reputations, to stalk and dox and to harass them. And it's going to be very powerful and very enlightening to see what the actual court of law has to say about you trying to pose as a victim in this case, but you used illegal means to defend yourself in a fight that only you was in at that. Because like I told you in previous posts, girl, you're going to have to make it make sense, even if you want to attempt to be and to present yourself as the victim in this case. You got to make it make sense why you broke the law to do that. Even as a hypothetical victim, you don't have the right to trespass on someone's property. You don't have the right to threaten to fatally injure someone publicly and privately. You don't have the right to dox. This is why we also know you don't have a lawyer, because if you had actually retained one, they would have told you the same thing that Larry's lawyers have told him during the past 5 months, which is to zip your lips. Because anything that you say and do can and or will be used against you in the court of law. But you have ran your dick sucker, and just the other night, somebody sent me the clip of you stating that because you believe that you and Larry are going to be in litigation till April, that you're going to continue to drag him until then. So once again, these clips are very necessary for proving to the judge that there is intent here, that this man knows that which he do, he's competent, he's aware, he's premeditated, and he chooses to disregard the very law that he's going to be standing before on the 8th, first thing on Wednesday morning. There's no psychosis here. There's no anything. Okay? All of a sudden, you psychosis. All of a sudden, you bipolar 2, 3, 4, 5, 11. But you are competent enough to produce a social media platform, to utilize green screens, to travel and to dox and to pull up, to use pacer.gov and to do all. But now, all of a sudden, you know not what you do. You have fucked yourself up and entangled yourself in this web in such a way, baby, that, I mean, it's literally a disaster. It's a disaster for you. You've been your own worst enemy. You really are, in fact, not even being sued by Larry. You're being sued by you. You are going to have to war with your own actions. You are going to, it's going to be a versus match between Fupa and Fupa. Because all Larry's team got to do and gonna do is roll that beautiful bean footage and audio to correlate to grievance 1 through 70. So Fupa is gonna have to battle Fupa out and make it make sense. And I want him to use his mental condition somehow as an argument, because that's gonna be very alarming to the criminal justice system. They're going to want to reinforce an injunction even more, because him using his mental illness, which whether he used it or not, Larry's team is definitely going to use it, because it's going to be a way for the American justice system to help this mentally ill person out by granting this injunction, since you don't have the means to stop yourself. because you're mentally ill, sir, we're going to have to authorize the stopping of your behavior legally, because you are admitting, as a person with bipolar 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 and trauma, that in some way you are out of control and don't have control over your faculties at times, which makes you, once again, an endangerment and a liability, not only unto yourself, but to other individuals. And you drove to another man's house and put yourself in danger because Larry had the right to blow your fucking head off as a result of you being a threat to him and his family and to his safety. You are someone who has publicly threatened him and privately threatened him. And you pulled up on his property and put your very life in danger. That's not going to sit well in the courts. Everything that you've done is going to make the courts empathize with you because you are a mentally ill person. And because you are a mentally ill person, the court are going to feel responsible for your well-being. And since social media does not seem to be well for your mental, since social media does not seem to be conducive for the plethora of mental conditions you suffer from, they're going to feel committed and obligated to help you as a man who is suffering within himself and does not always have access to higher choices and responsible choices. So they will authorize boundaries like injunctions, like being permanently banned off from the internet. So while you're thinking that you're there with your smart parts, you dumbass bitch, you keep riding in on the shortest bus, helping out the other team over here, helping us out over here, okay? And I love it. I love it. I love it. I have been in dialogue with lawyers this whole time, baby. I love it. People have been wondering, once again, why I've been so well and so happy and so joyous, baby. Because I've had the luxury of communicating with legal teams, with professional, seasoned lawyers. I've been able to consult with judges and get all types of various perspectives about a case like this. And none of the perspectives pan out well for Fupa. There's so many things that Larry is able to do with a case like this. There's so many directions Larry can go in. There's so many things that can be argued that Fupa superpowered Larry up to be able to argue, because Fupa is dumb enough in an attempt to think he's protecting himself and building a case for himself is actually further incriminating himself, including being a self-admitted mentally ill individual. There's the road to hell is broad, baby. Broad. He's giving Larry so many roads to take. There are so many angles that Larry's lawyers have as options to take. There are so many highways and byways and boulevards and left turns and right turns that Larry's legal defense team can take. As a result of Fupa just opening his goddamn mouth every day. As a result of the things that Fupa is willing to say. Even when Fupa denies. Just like his responses wasn't even a response. His response to the lawsuit recently, these so-called 77 answers, wasn't even answers. He just denied 1 through 60. and said that everything else I said could probably be corroborated by Larry's reality show, which can lead to him committing perjury because you lied on governmental grounds. You didn't argue confusion, but just literally denied. So what you think is going to happen when they go to run your language back? Language, audio, statements that you still have up for public viewing. So you're not even going to be able to argue confusion or that I didn't know I said that. How you didn't know that you said that, Fupa Moore? January the 7th of 2021. You still have your own works up on your platform. How you didn't know that you said this? There are 14 comments underneath this video. You still get notified today. You still get notifications for your content that you still have up in an open defamation lawsuit. You don't even have the luxury of being confused because the things you did and said did not happen within a vacuum. They happened on a public forum that you still have public. Your Facebook account, your YouTube accounts are public. You don't even get the luxury like typical people do in defamation lawsuits. You say, I didn't know I said that. Yes, you did, girl. You know you said it because you published it. And you not only published it once, you published what you claim you didn't know you said again and 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 again. So, but now all of a sudden you want to get to the courts and just deny it, and or when you find out that that's not going to work, going to try to argue that you didn't know that you said these things. They're going to be able to run that repetitious dick sucker of yours back again and again and again and again. So you remember to say what you had said at the first of the year, all the way up until last week, but all of a sudden you hear, and now you don't know, you can't recall that you said it. Oh, how convenient. And I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it because I guarantee you, girl, law students are going to refer to this lawsuit as a case study. Baby, this is going out in the books. Baby, they're going to revise the Criminal for Dummies books, girl, and they're going to have your goddamn crying ass face on it. Baby. Law school is going to have a field day with this nuanced case because it's so over the top. It's so over the top. You so wrong that there cannot even be any right found nowhere, girl. Okay, so that's gonna be hilarious. But I ain't mean to spend all that time there, y'all. Y'all know how I get. I get very ranty. I get very Sermon on the Mount, child. Okay. Oh, but before, because I have to take a little break real quick, girl. Just a little 1 minute commercial break, girl. I'm gonna play some music for y'all, but I want to say this too. I see what you're trying to do as well by tagging Special Olympics regarding Miss Miko and trying to create a thing. Okay. So I'm gonna tell you what I'm gonna do as a result of you doing that to Miss Miko. As a result of you trying to use comments that she made, okay, that had nothing to do with the actual Special Olympics, but that was just jarred toward people who actually, I'm going to say, had they been, should be participating in the Special Olympics rather than participating in doxing and slandering and online bullshit. Your little flying fucking monkey should be somewhere doing something resourceful with their energy, okay? There are sports and activities reserved for your maniacal-ass group, okay? That's where they should be, is competing, okay, in some potato bag race. So as a result of you trying to make a thing of it, you know what I'm going to make a thing of? I'm going to make a thing of you targeting me as an LGBT individual who has LGBT rights, who has protection laws over me. You have been explicitly transphobic as it relates to doxing and outing the trans identity of Harlow, who is a trans man. You doxed Harlow, you outed his gender identity, and you were bigoted and nasty. Remember that day that you got up when I did a video about this motion for dismissal that you filed, but that got dismissed by Judge S. Wynn? Remember when you got up out of your bed at 1 a.m., girl, and you went ballistic and you called me every obscene F word and do you remember all of the countless times, girl, that you went in on your platform, girl, and spoke about my sexuality as it relates to me not being a man and a disgrace? You know that those are all under and can be reprimanded under anti-discrimination laws, right? You do know that I am a openly gay man, and you have been openly bigoted and openly discriminative. You've not only violated YouTube guidelines as it relates to your anti-LGBT behavior, not only towards me, but toward Jives and toward Harlow. And you know what we're going to do? You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to make a thing of it. I'm going to show you what making a thing of a thing looks like. Since you want to be explicitly transphobic and homophobic, okay, we're going to make noise. Because once again, you want to be a star, right? So I'm sure that you don't mind. You don't mind all this publicity since you want to be a star, girl. So we're going to make you just that. We're going to make you a star. And we're going to take those clips. I'm going to take those clips. And we're going to push them around in some powerful circles. We're going to hashtag them up in some powerful circles. Some powerful LGBT circles. And we're going to get you that accountability that you need, since you are a incompetent, mentally ill person, according to you, who suffers from a plethora of mental illnesses that somehow leave you without the ability to control yourself. So since you need help, we're going to help you help yourself. We're going to do for you what you can't do for yourself. You can't sit yourself down. You can't stop your ruminating manic behavior, okay? So we're just going to bring social awareness to it, and we're going to get the systems of power to hold you accountable. Because there are laws that protect my queerness alone. And I'm a whole activist and ally out here. You have endangered my life. You've endangered Harlow's life when you doxed him and you outed his gender identity. You endangered and incited emotional and mental violence, even physical violence, toward King Jives, who is an open same-gender lover. There are literal rights put into place by Biden, by Obama, by a current administration that protect me from dangerous, bigoted, discriminative, divisive, hateful, homophobic, and transphobic, basement-dwelling, bussy bitches like you. Just like straight men say, I want to see what that mount do, we gonna see what those laws do. That's what we gonna do. Since you want to make a thing out of Miss Miko, We're going to make a thing out of your discrimination. Mm-hmm. You wait on that. Now, let's move forward, child. Now we're going to get into the meat, girl. Just had to get a few things out of the way. Miss Miko's t-shirt, she should sue the shit out of your ass, and Crystal and the rest of them hoes over there. Whoever. Okay? Y'all have documented this shit all across Facebook. Y'all incriminated y'all damn self. So there's no way to hide, honey. Okay? Miss Miko, gather them hoes. Okay? We're going to flex these LGBT rights. Okay? We're going to see what they do. Okay? As it relates to all of this outing and all of this open discrimination against my sexual orientation and against Jives and Harlow's queerness, etc. We're going to see what that do. We done explained the hashtags, and we also done discussed so far that September the 8th is just the beginning of the end. Okay, so anybody who's ready to be for this to be over, sit down and grab your popcorn, baby. We're on the journey to being over. Okay, September the 8th is not necessarily where the credits roll. It's where the movie just begins. Okay, now, you know, I've been hearing this rhetoric, okay, backwards and forwards and everything. Hey, Harlow, about, you know, Fupa brainwashing all these new assholes, okay, these new 14 hoes who he's, you know, trying to convince of him being the victim and Larry being the antagonist, etc. Let's talk about the Patreon post, okay? I don't even know how I'm gonna put this all into perspective here, girl. It's so much, really. Okay. Larry. So when the hate train first began, at this point, Andrea at that time was taken, you know, to Jives Live. The Asinine team was starting to form at this point in time. They were going backwards and forwards between Jives' platform and Fupa's platform to discuss Larry's court cases. There's a lot going on, okay? Larry, rightfully so, took to his platform at least once or twice, and then he did an interview with me to speak his experience, okay? When shit first started popping off and Fupa started inserting himself like he did with me and Jives beef, like he did with Andrea's plight with Larry, as, you know, Fupa just had to find his way in because he's a thirst bucket, okay? In Larry's Patreon, which Fupa had been signed up to since 2018, because I told y'all that Fupa was a LRLer, okay? First, that's what people say where he came from, girl. He was just a regular, basic ass, thirsty, dusty, basement dwelling ass subscriber, okay, who was pressed to be somebody, and so he was following all of the somebodies, okay? And so he had been an LRLer for a very long time. I have seen Fupa's comments under Larry's post way back in the day before he ever linked up with Jives and before everything, you know, fell in, okay? We've already been over this in the playlist. I'm not even going to go through all of that. So Larry, rightfully so, can make comments about people who are making comments about him. That's what happens, honey. You get to make comments about me. I get to make comments about you that you made about me. Okay? That's not slander. Okay? Now, there was an alleged Patreon post by Larry where Larry nicknamed, because at this time we were doing a prison name. This is when Jives was Goku. For Larry, Andrea was the Dixon, and Fupa was the insignificant blogger. Okay, they were getting the shit started. They was getting the shit started in the comment sections, etc. Okay, and because all of them were in Larry's Patreon, okay, they peeped some comments that Larry was making, and which once again Larry had the right to do. How is it that you think you have the right to dedicate a whole channel to somebody, and how in the hell do you think you have a right to start the shit talking about somebody and they don't have a right to address you? and was very mild, comparatively speaking, very kind in their responses. Because once again, none of them can prove that Larry weaponized his actual platform against them. That's what he could have did if he really was determined to put his foot in their ass. He had a platform that could have successfully do that. Do you know the power that Larry Reid has? The same power that Fupa watched Larry have when he pretty much allowed his supporters to donate to his 25K goal in a previous lawsuit. He didn't even ask them. He pretty much just told his viewers what the situation was and gave them the option to donate if they wanted to. And we super exceeded the 25K. Super exceeded it. Do you know that a person with that much power, that if Larry really gave a damn about Fupa, if Larry was really pressed about Fupa at that time, all people had Larry could have weaponized his platform in ways that literally could have gotten Fupa's platform completely stripped and taken down. Larry had thousands, hundreds of thousands of people supporting him, who also are bearing witness to all of this, who are also sitting on ready, set, go, ho. Okay? The fact that Larry was even in his Patreon and making a subliminal post for the sake of not wanting to add fuel to the fire, but also wanting to accomplish him speaking his truth and perspective and clapping back to the fool Allah. Even that was a saving grace. You should be happy that all Larry fucking did was make a subliminal post slightly mentioning or addressing your ass in Patreon. Because if he wanted to fuck your ass up on these virtual streets, bitch, your ass would be grass. The hundreds and the hundreds and the hundreds of people that were willing to donate 25K are the same hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of motherfuckers that are ready to do every and anything necessary, okay, to get YouTube to pay the proper attention to your ass, to turn your ass into dust on these YouTube streets, girl. Okay, so it's very clear that Larry was, once again, extending grace and virtue, patience and compassion, honey. But even what could be cited in Patreon was, once again, a response. A response. And I'm going to prove to you that it's a response. Because y'all know I really don't be interested in doing no receipt running, but so be it. We can do receipt running, baby. It's okay. Okay? And the reason why Larry deleted the post is because him and Andrea ended up making up. And Larry is the kind of person where if we make amends, there's no need for the content to remain up. We made amends. So the proper adult and mature thing to do is to remove any posts or videos related to said debauchery or contention, because that would only really give opportunity for further rewounding and opportunity for further drama, because those posts live on and people will find those posts at other points in time and make comments that could lead to opening the wound up all over again and putting two people at odds who are trying to move forward back at odds again. So it made perfect sense for Larry to delete the post, which was a response to the shit that Fupa and Andrea at that time and Jives, etc., were getting started. Once again, Larry had a right to defend himself and did it very mildly, as I stated, honey. He really didn't give motherfuckers that work. Like he could have gave motherfuckers that work. He giving, see what he doing now, he could have gave motherfuckers that work then. The power was always in his hands. To pull motherfuckers around by their ponytail and to drag their ass up and down the motherfucking streets. And to really do away with their asses. But Larry is more proper and long-suffering, okay? Remember, we spoke to his character. This is consistent with Larry's character. Larry is very long-suffering, very forgiving. And he will hold to a lot of patience before he goes kamikaze, okay? Before he goes nuclear. That's why me and him are very close, because we have a lot of the same traits. I'm very long-suffering too. And supernaturally forgiving. So he deleted it, okay? Now, Fupa, to your best efforts, girl, you tried to paint yourself as innocent in this matter, and you're not. And we're going to prove how you were the instigator from the jump. Now, this is my side of events. This is where it all begins for me. Okay? Okay, hold on. Because I did not arrange any of this shit, girl. I'm about to show you guys something. So I scrummaged through my Patreon the other night, and I found some wonderful things. Okay. You know, remember that digital footprint that everybody leaves behind? They don't realize that digital footprints and fingerprints are real, that you leave a digital trace behind everywhere you go. So no matter what you want to be true, the proof will always be in the pudding, or hell, it'll always be on the internet. In this case, okay? So I want you guys to take a look at this. Okay, I'm about to share something with you guys. Matter of fact, before I do, because I want to really get comfortable. Let's take a brief commercial break. I need about a minute and a half. Go ahead and refill your drinks and everything, girl, because we about to get thick off into some things. Go ahead and rock the baby to sleep, turn on the television, flip the station for the babies, for the children and everything. We'll be right back. Give me about a minute and a half. I'm going to play some elevator music for you guys company. And in the meantime, you guys carry on in the comment section to make sure that you thumbs up this video, okay? Okay, guys, I am back. I am back, child. Okay, so let's proceed forward, child. Let me. I'm sorry. I just got a text. I'm screaming. I am screaming. So let's proceed forward, child. So to prove to y'all that Fupa is such a fan girl, he been riding my dick and riding Larry's dick from the beginning, honey. He also turned trick at some point, girl, because he couldn't get what he needed, okay? Patreon allows you to see when somebody joined you. They also allow you to see what they've liked on Patreon, what they've commented on, and not only with your Patreon page, but allow you to see what they've also liked and commented on regarding other Patreon content creators as well. So let's pull up you see this? This is a screenshot out of my Patreon. As you see here, honey, very unattractive image of Fupa. Joined November 18th. This is when he joined the Patreon platform, and he joined Larry's Patreon platform initially. Because remember, Larry was the first one to have a Patreon. He the one who turned me and Jives onto Patreon. His Patreon had already been standing for a year or two, if not longer. And because Fupa Moore was a LRLer, and because you guys know how pressed and obsessed he is with Larry, of course, he was showing his allegiance and loyalty and his love and lust for Larry by supporting Larry in all of his endeavors. Because he not only wanted to swallow this man's penis whole, but he wanted to also be like Larry. He wanted to be like CTV. Okay? So here it is, Fupa joined. Now, as you guys can see, between my platform and Heathen Central's Patreon platform, he left 79 comments and 46 likes. This he accumulated over a span of a few months because I had to end up banishing him from my Patreon, as you guys are going to see here in a little while. Everything that led to everything. Okay? Do I need to blow this up more to show you guys? Okay? Just want to be clear. 79 likes at this time. 79 comments. 46 likes. Fupa Moore joint November the 18th. Oh, God. Yeah. That's how long he been in a bitch's asshole. Now, as you guys can see here, when the hate train first began, which started off with Andrea, Jives, Fupa, and them, I made a post in my Patreon addressing the concept of a hate train. This is when everybody was doing videos. Me and Larry had not even did a video. We hadn't even did no video yet. Anything we had to say was done as a post or a comment in Patreon. We had not even spoken to none of the bullshit that was going on in video format on public platform like YouTube. You know, Patreon is a more exclusive subscription-based site. So it's a more intimate audience So things can happen within a vacuum, in a sense, you know. So we still had not even brought anything to the forefront. We hadn't even swung in video form. So when the video started to be produced, and Jives and Andrea and Fupa was, you know, doing lives together, etc., I did a post just generally speaking to the hate train. And this post is going to show you, once again, just how long this has been going on and who started all of this. Okay? This post that I posted in my Patreon is dated for December 26th of 2019 at 1:13 p.m. Shout out to Patreon for the records. Okay? Let me share the screen here. And let me zoom in on this date so that we clear, honey. Okay? See that? December 26th, 2019. I'm just speaking generally. Caption to this post is, why the hate train is a train wreck. Okay? And let's read it here, girl. You know, because I didn't want to give any of these people any of my damn attention, okay? So, at this point, I wasn't calling no names. I'm just speaking to what I'm witnessing, honey. Just making general notes, you know. Posts that can be enlightening and informative, if you will, okay? That could pertain to all hate trains, any hate train, anywhere, okay? It reads, in order to successfully start a hate train, you have to actually be a likable person first. When you lack the likability factor, you will lack the qualities necessary to create the contrast between you and the person or persons you're attempting to turn the public against. That gives the hate train the appeal required. You cannot turn people against others when you can't even convert your own horde of haters into fans to start. Remember, it's not about how many of y'all band together. It's about how many of us actually like you, find you credible, can see that you can hold an audience outside of clout chasing, and rather your own name is associated with enough light and love to trust over controversial matters. Dummies don't understand there's an art form, a science to all of this. Girl, the numbers tell us everything we need to know. The viewership was lacking with the hate train, okay? People was banding together, assembling together like the goddamn Avengers. The fact that it even took that many people against one nigga and his friend, okay? Who started off as both parties' friends. But because one friend was with the shits and one friend was not with the shits, my phone calls stopped being responded to. My text messages stopped being responded to. And I was left to only be in an open friendship with one of the friends. And that was Larry. But it was taking several, 8, 10 motherfuckers to band together and to utilize multiple platforms against two niggas to do all or nothing. Okay? At this point, I was still cackling because, like I told you guys, like you guys have been able to see, I've always had a lighthearted approach over all of this. It's always been a joke to me, and it will always be a joke to me, and these hoes will always be a joke to me. Okay? So that's the hate train. The hate train started in November of 2019. Debauchery had already been unfolding up until the 26th when I decided to find that interesting. What you're going to see in another screenshot is the day that I blocked Fupa from out of my Patreon. Boom. I'm going to blow this up for you guys. As you guys can see, Patreon symbol, username, Fupa Moore, block date, January the 9th of 2020. At this point, I had done blocked Fupa from my email. I had blocked Fupa from my phone. I had blocked Fupa from my platform because he was sticking his nose into me and King Jives' business at that time. And he was openly rebuking Larry inside of my Patreon. And he was doing a lot of self-promoting in my Patreon. Remember when I called him a spam assassin the other day? That this is how he attempts to generate views and followers, is that he literally finds content creators who are larger than him and he hijacks their platforms. Not only their YouTube platforms, their Facebook platforms, their Patreon platforms, and he self-promotes, dropping links to his channels, dropping links to his social media platform, being thirsty and dusty and basement dwelling, which you guys are going to see in a few. So at this point, I had got tired of Fupa's shit and had dismissed him and banished him from Eden, dispelled him from the garden. Okay? Once again, that you guys can see here. Block date, January the 9th of 2021. Username, Fupa Moore. Yep. So, next screenshot. At this point, what also led to me having to block him from Patreon was not only him self-promoting profusely in my Patreon. The same person now that he is trying to say ain't shit, whose platform ain't shit, who he needs to talk about to even get views. My name is consistent over there on his platform for 2 years straight. For my platform not to be shit. The same platform that he built his channel upon, along with Larry's name and Jives' name. That platform. This platform. Here. Trying to ride this bandwagon here. But it was also that my patron members were disgruntled. They were DMing me and they were openly commenting under his links in Patreon, telling him to back the fuck off because they don't come here to see him. That they know where to find his YouTube channel at if they indeed want to see him, but that they don't come to my Patreon where they pay they $5 to see his shit. So now I had people in my Patreon, I had my own patrons agitated, asking me to reprimand and to say something to Fupa because he was doing too fucking much in a space that wasn't fucking his. Because I had been letting Fupa live. You know what I'm saying? I was like, okay, I'm going to let him get his little shine on. But then it became problematic. And then he started dipping his nose into me and Jives' business. And then he started openly rebuking Larry in my Patreon. I'm just like, girl, those are 3 violations that are going to get you a hell to the nah. Now it's time for you to go. So what you're about to see is my Patreon members disgruntled. We're going to piece the puzzles together. Yes. Okay. Let me blow this up. These are my Patreon members. Amika Money, who is also a subby and a ranch holder here. But Alenia Middleton was one of many of the patrons, girl, who was commenting on this particular post at the time, where people just had enough at this point. And she said, not interested. We know how to find the YouTube. We're Team Consciouztv and Larry Reid Live Show here. Create your own Patreon. Okay? Miss Mika was responding to Fupa's rebuke of Larry inside of my Patreon. Her response was, let's be clear. Reid doesn't have any reason to cover up shit. If you know him well enough, you'll know Reid tells and sometimes tells too much. So what the fuck will he do with being a part of, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera? I don't even know what the rest of the comment is. I don't even know at this time what Fupa was even saying, okay? Because Fupa done tried to make Larry Reid look bad with so many different lies and narratives, honey, that he's been trying to come up with storylines for 2 years now. It's been one thing after another. It's been one accusation after another, girl. He's just tried to drive home anything that he believes will work. But this post here is to prove that my Patreon's members were getting frustrated with this bitch being a spam assassin and self-promoting in my shit. He was not wanted. So, guess what happened on that fateful day of the 9th of January? The bitch got blocked. And then I did a post in the Patreon to inform my Patreon members that the bitch was gone. Let me blow this up so you can see the date on this. The same day I blocked him was the same day this post went up, so that y'all know that this is directed toward Fupa, who at that time I was calling Montel Williams. Wannabe, bald head, cigar smoking vlogger. Montel Williams, he would never be who he want to be. January the 9th, 2020, the same day that I blocked him. This post read in its caption, Montel Williams, time's up. Fupa, the people have spoken. You are not wanted, welcome, invited, nor preferred to sit amongst us. How dare you attempt to throw rocks when you live in a cardboard house? You have self-promoted yourself in my gay-ass Patreon, riding my gay-ass wave for months to get your raggedy-ass, loose-booty channel finally up off the ground. Because you can't appeal to the general masses without chasing behind 30-year-olds who have managed to buy, live, and fulfill your whole life in half the time, while the obese you was gorging down hot dogs and cold butter beans in prison for 40% of your 50-year-old ass existence. You can't be mad at me and Larry because you and them Steve Harvey suits can't make it off the casting couch for even a free roll. You got all this time to rag on people who you want to be, but how about you tell the people about your love for stolen merchandise? Where the best stolen shit side of town is. Who the best boosters are. Oh, and tell us how to, unlike you, not get caught and charged with such. Baby, your rep sheet longer than them size 14 R. Kelly loafers you be squeezing them out of season feet into, girl. Tell us all about the thievery. Because you need to be writing the book right along with Jimmy. You can't be mad that I ain't never had to lose weight to be loved, boo. You can't be mad that your most prominent acting role yet was playing a stunt double for Professor Clump. I'm sure Eddie Murphy is proud, girl. I know your manic outbursts are due to the rage you experience when you see my sexy little ass chopping down on a Big Mac while you stuck eating flavored grass and green apples. You got to seek God and ask him why you built like a humpback whale and stop misdirecting your anger at skinty people, boo. You waited too late in life to accept that you like boy bussy and bad furniture. It's too late, girl. You stuck your best days out. You stuck your best days were your prison days. Go volunteer for the war, baby, so I can put in a request to have you on the front line of the battle for our freedom. Iran would love you. Okay? Now, I went on to close my argument out because at this point, once again, the hate train had been started, bitch. And Fupa was taken to his platform basically saying, fuck me with his gay ass. And that. Like, oh, gay. I wasn't gay when you was texting me every day and all night trying to get my affection. I wasn't gay when you was emailing me all day and night trying to get my affection. I wasn't gay when you was liking every Patreon post and all up in the comment sections. Because see, when I blocked you, it also removed all of your comments, all 76 of your comments. I wasn't gay then, was I? When you were trying to ride the wave, girl, you was okay with my gay ass because you're a gay ass. You were okay with being on this gay ass train because you a gay ass bitch who needs a gay ass ride to victory, to gay ass victory. So you were trying to ride this donkey in every way that you could, both privately and publicly. But see, I never played with your ass from the beginning. Unlike King did. Okay, I wasn't here for your shit. I clocked you from the very fucking beginning. And started to go ahead and distance myself and go ahead and cut it off at the fucking knees because you're cancer. I knew you was cancer from the jump. But I'm not a very judgmental person, so I give you a little room, even if I know you full of shit. Just so that I have the luxury of seeing the proof that you full of shit, so that my conscience can truly rest and I can affirm my intuition. I like to have my intuition affirmed. I'm learning at this point in my life now not to require the physical manifestation to affirm my intuition. I now just listen to my intuition. If my intuition says no, it's no, bitch. If my intuition says block, it's block, bitch. I no longer now leave any amount of room or measure for a person to prove my intuition right. I just go ahead and trust my intuition out of the gate. So I don't let motherfuckers in from the jump now when my intuition goes to speak. But at this point in time, I was still somewhat godly and Christian. Okay, practicing a little bit of my Christian virtue. Okay. So then, what happened shortly after, because this is proof to show how long it's been going on, and it goes to prove to you how reasonable and nice everybody on this side was. Well, I'm speaking specifically to me and Larry. At this point in time, these folk were warring with all of us. And we were quiet. We were minding our business, producing content, moving on with our lives. And folk just wanted to talk on various platforms. And we were always the topic of discussion. And mercy and patience was extended from the jump. Because the very first cease and desist I went out to Fupa wasn't even late last year. It was actually February the 3rd of 2020. That's a whole year and a half ago. Because I posted about Larry sending out the cease and desist a year and a half ago. When I told you guys that this was also in the making a year and a half ago. This Patreon post is dated for February the 3rd of 2020. This post is titled "Montel has been served," and he was served for the cease and desist. That's how long he had to shut the fuck up. That's how long Fupa had been with the shits. Larry was trying to give this bitch the opportunity to find him something to play with, like his own dick, rather than to play with him. So how can Fupa be the victim when people were literally telling him to leave them alone? People were literally sending him cease and desist from the jump. People were letting him be known, he be known that they don't want to be bothered. Either by blocking him from their platforms, that you can see I had to do, sending out cease and desist, because nobody was bothering this bitch or talking about this bitch. He was on our dick. Now, can he find us in his Patreon? No. Can he find us subscribed to his channel? No. Can he find us subscribed to his Buy Me a Coffee? No. Can he find us friends with him on Facebook? No. We weren't checking for him. He was on our assholes. He was licking and lapping our assholes. He was the one who had something to gain out of being connected to us. What the fuck did we have to gain being connected to him? Absolutely fucking nothing. So there was no reason to be his friend. There was no reason to also start anything with him, because in both instances, he's the only one who had something to gain. There was no benefit from us having to call this bitch name or openly going to war with this hoe. He only had 350 fucking subscribers on YouTube. He literally had everything to gain as a result of being our friend, and had everything to gain as a result of also being our premier hater. Okay? So cease and desist was going out. Shut the fuck up was going out. Leave me the fuck alone was going out. Back the fuck back was going out a year and a half ago. A year and a half ago, baby. Uh-huh. So what I want to say before I move on is, maybe I should say that for the closing. I think I'll say that for the closing. Yeah, I'll say that for my closing argument. So I showed those receipts just to show that Fupa is someone who has a pattern, as I have told you guys for months, who punishes people for saying no to him. He's all for you and supportive of you. And then he thinks because he's being supportive of you by subscribing to you or following your brand or subscribing to you, he thinks that you then will give him the luxury of getting away with bad behavior. So he tries to befriend people that, first of all, he can gain something from. And he also tries to befriend people and be overly performative in supporting them in hopes of buttering them up, so that when he does become manic and disruptive and willfully reckless and abusive, that all of his support of you can be used as a justification for you not to punish him or to even see his behavior as inappropriate. A lot of people do this. It's called buying friends, buying love, buying someone's affection, with the intent of being able to get away with murder when you go to commit murder, metaphorically speaking. So, as you guys can see through the Patreon post, he began to obsess over me, obsess over having a platform by via riding my asshole. And he began to think that he could talk shit about Larry regarding unsubstantiated claims he was making at that time. Because once again, the narratives have been infinite since Fupa has been on the scenes. You know, the last stride was accusing Larry of molestation. You know, but he came on the scene when he tried to do the same thing with Larry, and Larry had to dismiss Fupa the way that Larry dismissed T.S. McMillan. Get your own shit, because Larry also don't stand for that hijacking shit either. Don't come and self-promote and make my platform about you, because it's not about you. It's about me. It's about my work. And you don't control my shit. You don't run my shit. And you don't become off of my shit. If I want to genuinely help you, there's a proper way for you to go about seeking my help. But it's not by just inserting your Cash App and just throwing your links in and just spamming the fuck out of my shit. You reach out to me and let me know what you're trying to do, what you're trying to create. And we will reason together. And I will extend myself to you reasonably. But don't be invasive and intrusive like that. That's why T.S. McMillan is a scorned lover now. because Larry told her to get your own shit, rightfully so. Now, if you don't believe enough in yourself to go off and produce something grand and good and big for yourself, that's a personal issue. But don't take out you being incapable of producing something for yourself out on me. You don't get to steal my glow just because you want to glow too. You need to go to your prayer closet and ask God for that glow, and then go get your glow on. But you don't get to steal any of my pretty. You don't get to steal. That's thievery. It's unauthorized. You haven't even given anybody the luxury of being able to organically extend themselves to you by having enough respect to ask for help. You're just going to take the assistance. Bitch, we're grown. We're running businesses. Patreon is a business. Our channels are businesses. There's something called etiquette. Okay, but people who don't have business don't know shit about business. People who can't produce nothing for themselves don't understand the rules of engagement, because they've always taken the cheap tube buddy, buy views, shortcut ways to victory. That's why they cannot sustain proper relationships and healthy relationships to real people and to real content creators. And it's also why they think that their behavior is proper, because they don't spend any time in actual relationships and building things and approaching things organically. Everything is manufactured and falsified. So I wasn't going to enable Fupa's behavior. He could have got my organic help had he just asked. CTV, I'm trying to build my platform. Not only was the bitch spamming the fuck out of my account, self-promoting in Jives' account, self-promoting in Larry's Patreon, and on all of our YouTube platforms, he was also stealing content out of our Patreon and presenting the information openly and publicly, and also as his own. At the time he was in my Patreon was when I was covering the William McWig shit, when Bishop Matthews was suing him. This is what Fupa initially got his channel started off of, was running down on William McWig, which I'm going to show you something very interesting here shortly. And he was taking audio out of my Patreon. He said, now this is, once again, this is exclusive content. I could have been a bitch and still could be a bitch and flag the shit out of his ass. I might just be a bitch. Who knows? You know, everything comes in due time. Due processing. But I'm just like, girl, you can't do that. So there was like, so he gave everything he was doing was wrong. Not asking for help, but snatching, stealing the help, disregarding boundaries and respect, inserting himself into feuds that had nothing to do with him. My tension with Jives had nothing to do with Fupa. Larry's tension with Andrea had nothing to do with Fupa. Jives' tension with Larry had nothing to do with Fupa. All things in which he inserted himself into. On top of being in everybody's Patreon, building his own channel up, because that's how desperate and disrespectful and weird this freak is. Freak! Now, what I find interesting, and I've said this before, but I just find it so interesting how Fupa is cozy with McWig now. He's very cozy with McWig. You know, he's supposed to interview McWig. McWig stood his ass up, rightfully so, because McWig also is not over Fupa running down on him. How are you going to play nice with me? Y'all saw the post I played months ago where I showed McWig giving Fupa that work on a Facebook post that McWig made. And McWig told that hoe, bitch, shut the fuck up. I don't give a fuck about you protecting these goddamn victims. If I want to expose these hoes, I will. Like, who the fuck are you, nigga? Like, the things you've done to me, you think I forgot about, hoe? Like, me and you ain't friends. Like, McWig checked that hoe quick, honey. That's why McWig didn't show up for that scheduled interview. That left Fupa looking stupid and dusty and like a damn dummy, like he always was. He on his platform, his people asking him, where's McWig? Is McWig coming? He trying to act like he don't see the comments. Now he's Stevie Wonder to the shit, baby. He trying to act like, now, girl. He don't know why he even went live, girl. You don't realize this was a special guest here? Are you okay? But what's funny about him even hitting the reverse Uno card on McWig, who he was so adamantly against, is that it speaks to a truth that I'm going to reveal about Fupa and this whole thing. It speaks to also his character. It also exposes his real motive here. Because how do you claim to be a vigilante and to be after the bad guys? But then when you need to utilize the bad guys, you are willing to disregard all the bad that you claim you stand against. How do you begin to show affection to somebody who has no disregard for morals and ethics, which is what motivates your vigilante work? Because while he was parading around on Patreon, running down on McWig and following my story and coverage of McWig, he was also parading around on Heathen Central, honey, and their Patreon account. Patreon tells all. That digital fingerprint. I want to show you guys this. So here it is. You see this. We're going to scroll down because he was all over a lot of Heathen Central's posts, honey. All up in there, honey. Obsessed with William McWig. Obsessed with taking William McWig down, girl. But it was something so interesting here because it directly shows that Fupa defiled himself and his own integrity. Because the same McWig that he is now cozy with, let me see where the post is. It's the same McWig who he for real believed and saw was a true villain. Here it is. Heathen Central had produced a petition against McWig. What you're reading here in Heathen Central's Patreon is the caption, sign the petition. Here it is. You see, signed by Fupa on January the 5th of 2019. And the description reads, let's get to 100 signatures. Fupa Moore signed this petition against William G. McWig III, who has blackmailed, extorted, lied on, and harassed people with impunity for nearly 2 decades inside and outside of the Kojic Church. It's time to put an end to his reign of terror against innocent people. Fupa Moore signed this petition, which was him virtually agreeing based upon what he had seen in Heathen Central's coverage, CTV's coverage of McWig's criminality. He agreed by signing the petition that McWig is an extortionist, blackmailer, a liar, stalker, and harasser, and has been so for at least 20 years. This is the type of shit that blows that really exposes people from the inside out. So the fact that he could now be friends with McWig, share stories with McWig, have McWig on his platform, in truth, it really makes sense because really, Fupa is just allowing the truth to be the case, which is him and McWig are one and the same. They've always been. But it also speaks to the fact that Fupa is not someone who actually protects victims, because he agreed that this person was a victimizer and an abuser of humanity, an accuser of the brethren. And if he is such a vigilante, if he's such a Batman, a Superman, a Robin, a caped hero, how could he ever disrespect 2 decades worth of victims? 2 decades worth of people who have been blackmailed and extorted and abused by McWig. And he bear witness to the facts around William McWig's character and behavior, and then turn around and be friends and associates with McWig while parading himself around as somebody who protects victims. This is who he's made himself out to be to justify his clout chasing behind Larry Reid Live's brand. Larry is somebody who shouldn't be trusted, and I'm here to take him down. How are you here to take him down when you didn't even take McWig down? When you were willing to flip-flop and turn who you want Larry to be, but who William McWig actually is, into your friend, and then hold the title of protector. Protecting who from what? You relentlessly went in on this man and built on this and built your platform off of everything you knew, not believe, knew about William McWig. So by you befriending McWig, you've slapped everyone from Kimberly Pollard to Christopher McMillan to Bishop Matthews to the endless list of people who've been hurt and extorted and lied on and slandered. Prophet Stephen Daniels, etc. You slapped all those people in the face as somebody who claims he's here to stand up to the bad guys. But yet somebody you presented as a bad guy, somebody who you know is a bad guy, you turn around as a protector of the innocent and get cozy with the corrupted and become friends, open friends with no shame, honey, with the corrupted. Didn't even make sense just because you could change the narrative. Your own behavior exposes you again and again and again and again and again. Right, Pam Hag, YouTube sheriff with a 10 foil badge and a pop, a joke. It'll be a cold day in hell, bitch, when you see me and William McWig on cordial terms. He will always be a rabies infected dog who needs to be put. It'll be a cold day in hell that you ever see me in Fupa or any of his twisted, narcissistic puppets reconcile anything. Bitch, ain't no reconcile. You motherfuckers are wicked and you motherfuckers are evil. And the narrative will never shift. I would treat you as such forever and always. But you don't have to expect that from this bunch because they're hypocrites and they're the actual corrupted. They can't even prove, as you can see in Fupa's response to the lawsuit. He can't even stand behind and had to admit, basically, that he lied about everything said about Larry by denying that he even said it, which was an omission that he lied about everything he did say. He can't even prove that Larry is who he tries to make Larry to be, but I proved that William McWig is who he actually is. Fupa tried to make others, tried to spread the news by starting his platform off on informing the public about this extortionist and blackmailer, only to turn around and be friends with he who he knows is corrupted, while being determined to slander a man who he can't even prove to be any of the things that he's claimed. And do you see Marcellulite with his smart parts and his integrity challenging Fupa? Oh no, he's also cool and friends with the corrupted. Do you see Let Me See Your Neck and her smart parts and her integrity challenging brotherhood and relationship to McWig, who's corrupted? Do you see Roxanne, who claims to have worked in law enforcement, contesting the A-team, aligning themselves with a known wrongdoer? These people have no interest in even protecting their own public image. They ruin it over and over and over. And you know why they ruin it? Because they're faking it to begin with. All it is a goddamn image. All this vigilante shit, an image, a costume. All this taking down the bad guy, a costume. They are in fact the corrupted, the wolves in sheep's clothing. They can't even openly rebuke McWig, whose demonic actions and antics are well documented and objectively proved. But yet, Fupa got all this heat and smoke for Larry, and only got it for one reason. We'll get into that. But speaking of aligning himself with that which is corrupted, something even more interesting, and that makes sense, spiritually speaking, because, you know, like attracts like. You guys know Fupa held this, he's rented a lawyer by Fred Middleton. And you guys know that Larry Reid's lawyer and the judge was agitated by Fupa filing for a motion for dismissal, which was a which was him not answering to the lawsuit. So the judge had to dismiss the motion for dismissal and once again reiterate that you need to answer to the lawsuit. How appalled Larry Reid's lawyer was at Fupa's motion for dismissal. How in Larry's lawyer's response to the motion for dismissal expressed how unethical, unprofessional, how manipulative. Larry's lawyer literally called it out in his response to Fupa's motion. Called out everything that was wrong and out of order and inappropriate and manipulative about them attempting to file a motion for dismissal that did not work. And people have also been wondering, why do the last response look raggedy, rotten up raggedy as Angie's angle so illustrated to us? Check out the last video. Check out Angie's Angles platform. Well, it's for a good reason. It's because Fred Middleton has a very questionable business practice himself, because his wife, Jacqueline Middleton, is an alleged criminal herself. Hold that thought right there. I did not realize that I had not pulled up. I need to pull up. Not only is Fred Middleton's practices questionable and sickening, if you ask me, but Fred is married to a criminal. His spouse is allegedly a criminal. And I'm not surprised by this, but we're about to get into some things. You just hold that thought right there. I don't know how I did not have this pulled up. I had so many windows pulled up, girl. But this shit gets more dark and chilling. And no, there's a reason why I put up alleged at the top of this video, because these stories made newspapers and local Ohio news. Miss Jacqueline Middleton is apparently a two-time, she could have been a two-time convicted felon. She was only convicted once, which was recently, and she was only reprimanded professionally a few years back during some questionable business practices. But hold on, I'm coming. Let me pull this up. No, you can't make this up. This shit is chilling. And what I find more chilling than the details around all this is just the reality of the spiritual laws that literally brings like energy to like energy. So we're gonna start from the beginning and work our way forward. Okay? let's go to an article written up by Cleveland. .com. No, we'll start from most recent and work our way back. Then we'll come back up this train. Because this shit is nuts. All things cited here are by way of, yeah, Dream 511. You heard motherfucking right. You heard motherfucking right. I told y'all this was going to be a wig snatcher. So prepare for your wig to be snatched right now. Let's read here. Written up by cleveland.com/court-justice. Jacqueline Middleton, ex-CEO of Cleveland Anti-Poverty Agency, sentenced to 30 months in prison for bribery/fraud. 30 months is 2.5 years in the federal penitentiary. This would be Jacqueline Middleton. This is Mrs. Middleton. Frederick Middleton's wife. Allegedly. Let's read. Article written up by James F. McCarty, the plain dealer. Take up your problem and your issue with James F. McCarty, the author of this news that Fupa might have wanted to use, because see, Fupa has a habit of doxing everybody, but who he need to dox. He should have doxed T.S. McMillan and found out that she took out 2 PPP loans that she has not in no way helped or lended towards him and his legal fund, because she got enough money from both her PPP loans to have covered a good bulk of Fupa's legal defense fund. He should have doxed T.S. McMillan and found out that she'd been wrongfully terminated and can't even hold down a factory job at the warehouse, packaging dildos and pocket pussies. He should have doxed T.S. McMillan. And found out that she's trying to sucker Amazon out of $80,000. So let's read here. Jacqueline Middleton, the former president of CEO of the Council for Economic Opportunities in Greater Cleveland, was sentenced today to more than 2 years in prison for bribery, fraud, and conspiracy at the non-profit agency. Middleton, 69 years old, of Shaker Heights, confessed to accepting more than $20,000 in cash, home renovations, and other things of value in exchange for steering work to contractors. U.S. District Court Judge Patricia Ann Gaughan sentenced Middleton to 30 months in prison, which was less than the 3 years or more sought by federal prosecutors. She cited the defendant's age, clean prior criminal history, decades of community service, and health issues in granting the defense's request for a lighter sentence. Gaughan, however, noted that Middleton committed her crimes at the same time dozens of government and public officials, including County Commissioner Jimmy DeMara and Auditor Frank Ruscio, were being arrested in connection to the Cuyahoga County corruption scandal. Girl, it's the corruption on corruption on corruption and the triangulating and the matrix and system of corruption for me. She accepted the bribes at a time she was making a salary of what was already more than $172,000 a year. It's the greed on top of greed, on top of greed, on top of greed, on top of greed for me. The fact that this bitch had the gall to work for a nonprofit organization that could afford to pay her a salary of $172,000 and then still found it necessary to fraud, misappropriate funds, and to bribe her way into thousands and hundreds of thousands of more dollars. It's absolutely re-fucking-ridiculous and just demonic. Quote, why did you do it? The judge asks, particularly while the county corruption probe was being reported in the paper every day. So here this judge was asking this dumbass bitch, could you be more dumber? You gonna sit here and basically continue on in your fraudulency at a time where the institutions around you were already being investigated for fraudulency committed by the authorities thereof. And you weren't even smart enough. You didn't even use your smart parts enough to at least go silent and to chill the fuck out and to at least pretend to be doing what the fuck you should be doing. That you just willfully, in your arrogance and narcissism, maybe because you done gotten away with this behavior for so fucking long that you believe that your smart parts have afforded you to be intellectual enough to continue to have your behavior to go under the goddamn radar. So the judge is literally the same judge, girl. This is how Judge S. Gwynn gonna be looking at Fupa ass with the stupidity of it all. Like, girl, you didn't even have enough damn common sense to chill out when there was an open investigation regarding your peers for the same shit that I'm about to make you do prison time for. Make it make sense. Quote, things were proposed to me and I said, okay. And I shouldn't have, Middleton said. No way was I like that Jimmy DeMar. Oh! But it's look how, girl, when the scriptures say there's no loyalty amongst thieves, baby. Remember how Fupa threw the accusers under the bus, girl? Here it is. Miss Middleton is affirming that her co-conspirators are guilty thereof. Baby, sentence them accordingly, judge. They deserve it, bitch. But me, I just should not have done. Which she didn't even admit to being innocent. She just admit that she shouldn't have been a criminal. Things were proposed to me and I said, okay. And I shouldn't have. It's just when you have fucked up to such a way that your only responses can be literally just the truth. And just say, girl, Anna, I'm guilty. Or you default to having to answer in some stupid ass, crazy, bizarre way. Because there really is no other answer to give when you have been caught red-handed. When the evidence against you is so strong and polarizing and blazing before you, there is nothing else, bitch, you can do. But just admit it. And when people just don't admit to the obvious, you default to having to respond and justify your behavior by saying something crazy as hell. Like, things were proposed to me, and I said, okay. And I shouldn't have. Let's continue to read. Middleton cried. Here come Here comes the emotional manipulation, honey. Now, all of a sudden, the guilty is the victim. You weren't crying when you were stealing, bitch. You wasn't crying when you was bribing. You weren't crying when you was misappropriating funds. You weren't crying when you was taking advantage of your position and taking advantage of the organizations and agencies and companies in which you worked for. You wasn't crying then. You was buying Birkin bags and you was on Fifth Avenue just dressing it up, honey, thinking you was motherfucking Hillary Clinton and shit. You ain't had no tears to share then when you was flying high on the thievery of it all. Now, all of a sudden, you got time for a conscience. All of a sudden, now you got time to cry. Now, all of a sudden, now you got time to consider the impact of your actions as it relates to your marriage, as it relates to your children, as it relates to what you have done to your children's life. Now you got time to cry. You should have seen into the future and got your motherfucking Sabrina the Teenage Witch on. I got your That's So Raven on, bitch. And considered the consequences and repercussions of your actions before you acted. But see, that's too much like right. Like Miss Fupa, who has convinced herself that because she's gone unchecked, because nobody checked her for a year and a half, that she had immunity. Now she knows that not be the case. And just like in Miss Middleton's case, in Miss Fupa's case, we done seen tears throughout the past 5 months. We done seen manic, emotional, depressive episodes. We done seen prayer calls. You wasn't consulting God when you were slandering people. You wasn't consulting God and asking for prayer call and asking for the wisdom and the guidance and the intelligence of the Holy Ghost before you decided to endanger people and incite violence upon people and cross state lines. You wasn't business. You wasn't worried and in the business of consulting no damn God. Now you want to put God in it because your ass is on the line. But when you was with all the fuck shit and all the dumb shit and all the criminal shit, and you wanted to prove that you was a bit bad whooping this bitch, you ain't had no space and time for consulting the Lord. That's why the Lord hands Sodom and Gomorrah over to a reprobate mind. That's why he gave over the reprobate of the earth, okay, to the fucking flood. You know, it's just a little too late to put on the seatbelt, bitch. Let's read. Middleton cried as she denied that she had a gambling problem. But the judge and her lawyer, Jimmy Woolley, both said they suspected Middleton's gambling was a legitimate issue in the case. Okay. Y'all will see. Assistant U.S. Attorney Michael Kohler said investigators determined that Middleton had spent tens of thousands of dollars a year at casinos. At the Thistledown racetrack and on lottery tickets between 2008 and 2012. Former Congressman Louis Stokes was among the 24 supporters who appeared on Middleton's behalf, praising her as a role model for a Head Start program once considered the Cadillac of the industry. Quote, in this case, Jackie made a mistake, Stokes said. She was wrong. She is contrite for what she did. This is how the A-team is going to sound in court. When they have to answer for Fupa and when they also have their time in court and they have to speak for one another. It was just a mistake, Your Honor. Marcellite was contrite for what he did. Fupa was contrite. Middleton resigned from her job in April. After 42 years of service at the agency, she agreed to a plea bargain with prosecutors in which she admitted soliciting and accepting gifts, cash, and other things of value from contractors who did business with the agency from 2008 through 2012. So now the bitch just all out admits it. She tried to bamboozle the court system. She tried to deny altogether. She tried to act like she didn't know really what was going on. And then she tried to use her having a gambling issue the way that Fupa thinks that using his mental illness is going to work. It's just the interesting parallels. And this is allegedly Fupa's lawyers. And it's not ironic that there are so many parallels here, because Fupa really is getting a prophecy in terms of why nothing he thinks is going to work for him in this case is going to work for him. Just like Miss Middleton's sob story and her having an addiction and her having emotional issues didn't keep that motherfucking judge from welling her ass down to 2.5 years to eating other bitches' pussy for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Mm-hmm. That part. Let's keep reading. Although the charging documents did not identify the contractors who bribed Middleton, Woolley identified them in a pre-sentence memoranda. Memorandum? Okay, there it is, girl. Neither of the contractors has been charged with a crime. Woolley said one of the contractors was Robert Moman, who provided consulting services for the Head Start program. The other contractor was John Calvetta, a part-time employee of the Calvetta Brothers Floor Show, which did renovation and other work at the agency properties, Woolley said. According to the charging document, Middleton solicited and accepted kickbacks of gifts and cash totaling more than $12,000 from a contractor believed to be Moman, and home renovation work and payments to vendors of about $11,200 from a contractor believed to be Calvetta. In return, Middleton provided agency contracts for consulting services to the contractors for work that included parking lot renovations, classroom remodeling, and floor remodeling at various sites and offices administered by the agency, according to the information. Middleton's agency administers several federal, state, and local programs designed to address the needs of low-income individuals, including Head Start, the Community Services Block Grant Program, and the Home Energy Assistance Program. In 2005, then Cleveland Mayor Jane Campbell and then County Commissioner Tim Hogan called on Middleton to resign after the plain dealer exposed her penchant for costly meals, gifts, and trips. Middleton rented Lincoln Town cars while at out-of-town conferences and brought bags from a Coach outlet. Until then, Middleton was receiving compensation of more than $244,000 motherfucking dollars a year. Gaughan said she would recommend that Middleton serve her sentence at the Alderson Federal Prison in Virginia. Do you think the buck stops there? Oh, no. I got something else, baby. You stay right there, honey. Give me a little second, baby. That died before the song came out. Bitch, you been a thought. I got 10 in your books that you did not even do yet. You spent your money and I ain't see how what you do yet. Too hard, got it too hard. You can fuck around and drown off this wave. Pretty little toes. Stunting on these hoes. Now you may ask, where does Fupa's lawyer come in at? It's interesting to me because not only is this allegedly his wife, because Cleveland.com was on that ass, honey. They were reporting as everything was happening with this case. This was Cleveland news. Let me share the screen here, child. Oh yeah, that's more, Bonita. It's real, pretty right. Whole motherfucking Lifetime movie, baby. This shit is wild. And it's not coincidental that Fupa lined up with such an individual. Because what you're going to find out in this post, okay? written up by Evan McDonald of Cleveland.com. Okay, these reporters were on it, honey. You got to take up the truth with the alleged truth girl with Miss Evan. What's interesting about this is that Frederick Middleton, at one point in time, was representing his wife, who was proven to be guilty of the crimes she committed, which is why her ass had to do 2.5 years. In the federal penitentiary. A federal judge has denied the former head of the Council for Economic Opportunities in Greater Cleveland's request to delay the start of her prison sentence. At this point in time, Mrs. Jacqueline had retained the legal representation, the legal services of her husband, Fred Middleton. And what they were trying to do is continue to create delays in her sentencing for various asinine ass reasons. Okay, everything from I don't have a ride to the prison. Everything from my husband is having knee surgery. Everything from I don't have anybody to watch the kids on the day I'm to report. I mean, literally the most asinine of reasons. Okay, so this is litigation at this point. Okay, before we got to the sentence. Okay, the last article I read was the conclusion of the matter, but this is what happened before the final rundown by the judge. Okay, federal judge has denied the former head of the Council for Economic Opportunities in Greater Cleveland's request to delay the start of her prison sentence. U.S. District Judge Patricia Gahan, okay, you remember her name from the last article, sentenced Jacqueline Middleton in December to 30 months in prison, which is 2.5 years. Middleton, 70 years old, of Shaker Heights, is required. Okay, this also goes to show you how long this went on. She was 69 in the last article. She's 70 by now. Okay, of Shaker Heights is required to report to a federal prison in Alverson, West Virginia, by February 27th, according to the U.S. Marshal Peter Elliott. Middleton's husband. Okay, you see here, Middleton's husband, Jacqueline Middleton's husband, Fred Middleton. Okay, lawyer and attorney, the only Fred Middleton attorney in Ohio, period. Euclid, Cleveland, the only Fred Middleton in Ohio who practices law. Jacqueline Middleton's husband, attorney Fred Middleton, filed a motion Tuesday asking that she be allowed to begin her prison term April 28th, nearly 5 months after Gahan handed down her sentence. Gahan denied the motion Friday morning. The motion said that Jacqueline Middleton was needed. Okay, Frederick Middleton claimed that Jacqueline, his wife and mother to his children, was needed at home to care for her granddaughter, who lives with the couple. It also said her husband needs a knee replaced and cannot properly care for their granddaughter while he recuperates. U.S. Attorney Stephen Dettelbach argued against the argument in a response filed Thursday. Quote, prison is not meant to be convenient. Baby, get them together, Stephen. Get them together. Okay? Stephen got them together. In 7 motherfucking words. Prison is not meant to be convenient, bitch. We don't care whether your head falling off, whether Hurricane Katrina blew the roof off your house, whether all 4 tires on your car are flat, whether you got graduation tomorrow, whether you got to return books at the local library tomorrow, whether the milk in the refrigerator is expired by Thursday. We don't give a damn what the circumstance of your life is, bitch. Prison is not meant to be convenient. You should have thought about luxury and convenience before you was with all the fraudulent shit. So Dettelbach wrote in his response, if that were the standard, no one would have to report. See, this is what happens when lawyers don't be playing with your motherfucking ass. And the fact that Frederick, like, what was Frederick thinking? Like, Did he not think that the opposing lawyers were not going to have a total field day and completely emphasize how idiotic these requests and motions were? Like, you're not the only attorney on the floor. Did you not consider what the counter legal team? You didn't think about how they was going to do your ass in. You didn't think about how they was going to kick your jaws up in your ass. You didn't think about how this must look. You didn't think about what this would look like if you were on the other shoe, fouling such a thing. Like, what? Huh? Jacqueline Middleton pleaded guilty in September to taking more than $24,000 in gifts, payments, and other things of value from contractors who did business with the nonprofit agency. These gifts and payments were made in exchange for favors from Middleton for the payers and their companies. Prosecutor said she did this between 2008 to 2012. When she took the bribe, she was making more than $172,000 a year. In April, in the wake of the investigation and pending charges, Middleton was forced to resign from the agency after 42 years of goddamn service. So this is where Fred Middleton comes in at. His wife, this is his wife allegedly, she's going down for being corrupted as hell, stealing from nonprofit organizations, misappropriating funds, misappropriating her position. He knows that she's dead ass wrong as a fucking attorney. He has access to the case, which is not sealed at this point, and then yet decides on a personal tip to disregard his code of ethics as a lawyer and still try to soften the blow to what is now the known criminal who also happens to be his wife. And you're interested in protecting her. Hell, if my spouse had gotten that fucked up, it's bitch bye. I don't even want you around my granddaughter. I don't even want you around my children. I don't even want you. I don't even trust you. But considering that Fred Middleton has had an opportunity to look at Fupa's case and try to find shortcuts and back doors to get Fupa out of this trouble, despite seeing how wrong Fupa is on paper, now it makes sense. Once again, this all establishes a pattern about how you can't lie when it comes to energy. Like-minded people galvanize together, even when they're not intentionally seeking each other out. It's just a natural magnetism because of the way that God got these spiritual laws set up, the law of attraction. Like attracts like. So is it no wonder that Fupa attracts a lawyer who has very and obvious questionable ethics and morals as a man, and certainly as an attorney, that he would somehow attract the legal aid of a lawyer who happens to have a wife who allegedly bamboozled and hoodwinked the fuck out of nonprofits, Head Start programs, and literally was taking more than her fair share of the cut from services that were meant to be looked at as holistic and that centered around the context of improving impoverished and low-income communities. And here she was taking huge chunks from the piggy bank. Here she was utilizing resources that were afforded to her by way of the agency and using contractors who had contracted with the agencies to do personal work for her. Also allowed them into contracts without proper contracting in exchange for gifts and bags and different amenities. You know how, like, if you go to the DMV and you say, look, I ain't trying to fill out no paperwork and go through the protocol, girl. Can I just take a picture and you just get me up out of here? And I'm underage at that. Okay, I'll pay you $100 to utilize the DMV's resources to expedite my license and overshoot protocol in exchange for money. That's unethical. That's illegal. You can't do that kind of shit in business. And if you get caught, you get fucked, like Miss Jacqueline Middleton does. You get caught and fucked. God awful, DA. God awful. Crazy as fuck. This is wild shit. Oh, but the buck don't start there, y'all. This is hardly the end. Okay? Because this is only what Miss Jacqueline went to prison for. Oh no, but she was really about that life. She can't even sell what she went to prison for over as just her being, she just losing her way. Oh no. She had a long history, even prior to getting convicted, of the food la. Right, Pam. How much she took that wasn't fucking found. Girl, let's get into more of the meat and the goddamn potatoes. This article is from Corruption in Cleveland, written by Jillian K. Melchior, August 20th of 2014. Let's read here. And this is alleged. A prominent Ohio not-for-profit agency that offered help to low-income Americans, which we know make up a huge chunk of Black Americans. So this bitch was ciphering this whole system. All these narcissists were taking advantage. No wonder projects and the hood and low-income communities look the way that they look. They not only look that way because of the fuckery that goes on in the community, but that all of the funding that is being snatched out of taxpayers' dollars, all of the funding and grants provided to them by the government are being hijacked by those in authorities who have access to that funding. No wonder nothing is coming or becoming of impoverished communities. No fucking wonder. Because the literal rich are getting richer. That's why the poorer are getting poorer. A prominent Ohio not-for-profit agency that offered help to low-income Americans received more than $500 million in taxpayer dollars over the past 15 years. But its president and CEO was awarding publicly funded contracts in exchange for kickbacks, home renovation work, and other payoffs. The U.S. Attorney for the Northern District of Ohio alleged last week. Jacqueline Middleton, who led the Council of Economic Opportunities of Greater Cleveland. Now, this is before the shit at the nonprofit. She didn't get locked up over this shit. She got professionally reprimanded doing all this shit right here in 2013, 2014, okay? The shit that she got locked up for was the shit she was doing between 2008 and 2014, which is also going to come up here, okay? Because this establishes that, baby, they've been about this life, okay? They were making a living, a lifestyle out of doing this. This wasn't no isolated, incident. This wasn't no one time, whatever. This was the way these folk got down, okay? This is how they were supporting their wealth, okay? Through thievery and bribery, okay? Taking advantage of the poor. So, where am I? Jacqueline Middleton, who led the Council of Economic Opportunities of Greater Cleveland, of Greater Cleveland from 1993 until last April now faces 2 charges of honest service fraud, 1 count of bribery in a federally funded program, and 1 count of Hobbs Act conspiracy for her alleged misdeeds. Under Middleton's tenure, okay, CEOGC received more than $636 million in taxpayer funds between 1999 and 2012. God damn, alone. According to 990 forms filed with the Internal Revenue Service, during those years, CEOGC relied on public dollars for up to 99.99% of its total annual funding, and private sources never accounted for more than 5% of this budget. Most of this money came from all of us. That was supposed to be allocated toward the poor. That came out of the checks of the poor. But most of that money remained in the hands of people like Jacqueline and her co-conspirators, allegedly. But for the past decade, Ohio media outlets have repeatedly raised red flags about Middleton, publishing investigative reports that detail her questionable spending habits, apparent nepotism, and other alleged misdeeds. Regardless, public funding never tapered off, with CEOGC receiving an average of $43.8 million between 2007 and 2012 from a variety of state and federal sources, including the Home Energy Assistance Program, Head Start, the Community Services Block Grant, the U.S. Department of Agriculture, and other programs designed to serve low-income Americans. In 2004, Ohio's biggest Head Start program, managed by Middleton, blew its budget by $1.2 million, according to the Cleveland Plain Dealer. Later, when the Department of Health and Human Services asked for an explanation for this major failure, Middleton pointed a finger at state budget cuts to address the shortfall. Middleton said in the summer of 2005, CEOGC was considering selling off one of its Head Start centers, and it had already laid off several employees. But in HHS Office of Inspector General report published in January 2005 found that for years, compensation of CEOGC's key executives appeared unreasonable compared to top-level executive compensation at other Head Start programs. Middleton is noted earned $221,742 in 2002 alone, over $88,000 more than her counterparts made an average nationwide. Baby, Jacqueline wanted all the motherfucking money, baby. She took the highest self-appointed raise, baby. She was making $88,000 more than any of her counterparts, including those who were top-level executives who weren't even being compensated this way. I mean, it is the extremity of the greed for... Girl, talk about taking the devil's offer for dominion over nations if you would just bow and serve me. In 2005, local journalists reviewed CEOGC records and wrote about Middleton's big spending habits, particularly on travel and gifts. Reporter Susan Benally noted the Cleveland Plain Dealer detailed Middleton's spending of agency funds on $190 gong to decorate her office, luxury car rentals, Coach tote bags, and Tiffany gifts. And while on agency trips to anti-poverty conferences, Middleton had also spent big on spa services and exorbitant meals charged to the CEOGC credit card, the Plain Dealer reported. While this hoe is supposed to be out here doing community outreach, literally supposed to be traveling and attending meetings to see if the people who she claims she's serving need a damn spa, if they need a goddamn $88,000 payoff. Instead, she's the one, the non-poor person in the situation, the privileged motherfucker, is out here getting spa treatments, while the people she's supposed to be protecting, who's actually suffering, are still suffering because she'd rather be getting pussy beats and shit stuffed inside of her ass to keep her twat tight, and spending coin on luxury bags, expensive luxury meals that were charged to the company's charge card. And wait till y'all see how Middleton justifies these charges on the business cards. Just wait. In the wake of the news, Cleveland Mayor Jane Campbell and Cuyahoga Commissioner Tim Hagen called for Middleton to step down. She declined to do so. So she knew she was wrong. She knew she was faking the fraud and perpetrating the fraud. And yet, in her narcissism, decided not to step down, even though she knew she was dead ass wrong. Because see, I'm telling you, this is why narcissistic people, they can't stop themselves. Spiritually sick people cannot stop themselves. Reprobate people can't stop themselves. That's why it don't matter if you don't say nothing at all. If you do say something, it don't stop the madness. Something just has to be done. D-O-N-E. And action has to be taken. Because these people with these personality B types do not have the capacity, the consciousness to make any other decision. They're one-track minded. They're like wind-up dolls. They can only execute what they've been created to execute. They can't do nothing outside of what their function is. That's how these narcissistic personality types work. So here it is. She should be honest enough to step the fuck down because she knows she dead ass wrong. But that's only something that a healthy person who just got caught up in the fuckery would do. But we ain't talking about a healthy minded person. We're talking about a reprobate. Okay? So the reprobate declined to step down. But Ohio Representative Stephanie Tubbs Jones, who received $775 in campaign donations from Middleton between 2005 and 2006, held a press conference in support of Middleton and praised her for doing a commendable job and offering dedicated services. Despite the scrutiny, Middleton managed to stay on the CEOGC, and scandals continued to follow her. You know why? Because the whole goddamn system around her. Because, see, narcissists triangulate, okay? They have communities as well. This is why you can come from narcissistic systems, family systems, church systems. The pastor narcissist, the treasurer is a narcissist, the minister of music a goddamn narcissist, honey. There's whole systems of abusers that galvanize together. Okay? For the fuck shit. Because everybody knows now that they gotta protect each other. Because everybody is holding each other's secrets. So you can't let your good Judy go down. Because if she goes down, y'all all going the fuck down. So you default, okay, to having to protect and serve a motherfucker. Hold on, y'all. Let me take a swish, girl. My throat is so sore, y'all, from all of this laughing, baby. I've been laughing for weeks, and I be laughing my ass off trying. It's tearing up my damn vocal throat, girl. My damn vocal cords, girl. Woo! I gotta stop laughing. Cause I laugh from the back of my throat, honey. Okay, baby. When I laugh, baby, I get it all the way out, child. I don't have acid. Woo. Baby, I let all that goodness out. So, beginning of 2008, the U.S. Attorney said last week that Middleton used her official position to enrich herself by soliciting and accepting gifts, payments, and other things of value from contractors who did business with CEOGC. Through August 7, 2020, the news release from the U.S. Attorney Office claims these gifts and payments were made in exchange for favorable action from Jacqueline Middleton for the payers and their companies, including authorizing consulting services contracts for one contractor and parking lot and construction work for another. Meanwhile, in 2009, the CEOGC board gave Middleton a $7,000 loan, a big red flag, according to experts. WKYC TV Channel 3 News reported, okay? This shit was news, y'all. This wasn't, just happening in the back alleys of Cleveland. This was real notable scandals. Journalists, news channels were on this shit. This was one of the biggest scandals coming out of fucking Cleveland. And it was Frederick Middleton's wife who was funding her family's lifestyle off the backs of the homeless and the impoverished and the low income, allegedly. As late as 2011, CEO GC wasn't answering questions about whether Middleton ever repaid it. And in November 2011, WKYC TV reported that Middleton had again engaged, baby. She just can't stop her. And I just told y'all, narcissists cannot cease or desist. Okay? They can't cease or desist. They can't do it. They reported that Middleton had again engaged in more questionable spending. Okay, CEO GC incurred expenses of around $50,000 sending 13 employees to Las Vegas for a conference on federal regulations, according to WKYC TV source. CEO GC also paid for one top staffer's mother to come along. Girl, it's fraudulent money for you. It's fraudulent money for you. It's fraudulent money for you type T's, baby. You get some of these poor people's money. You get some of these poor people's money. You get some of these poor people's money. Okay? And in November 2011, I think I just read this. Yeah, Middleton herself had left 3 days before the beginning of the Las Vegas conference. WKYC TV reported lodging at the Ritzy Cosmopolitan Hotel with time to kill. Middleton racked up $400 on clothes at Saks Fifth Avenue. WKYC TV wrote. She also plunked down $175 at a fancy restaurant, and she rented a car at the cost of almost $1,000 a week. It all went on the CEO GC credit card. Middleton later said, baby, and listen to this. Middleton later said that the CEO GC hadn't paid for her purchases at Saks, and it's unclear why they ended up on the agency's credit card. Y'all, didn't I just say like 3 minutes ago that when you just so dead ass wrong, and you just refuse to just confess that you are guilty as charged, you have no choice but to default but to the most asinine of explanations and justifications like, I didn't do that, as Fupa did. And his responses to, his recent responses to the 77 grievances. Fucking, how can you deny what we proved you did and also witness you do? But you have to say something that extreme. You have to say something that polarizing when you refuse to admit to what already has been proven true about you. And so to say anything else is to literally only expose how delusional and sick-minded you are. Here it is. This woman's explanation, Miss Jacqueline Middleton, Fred Middleton's wife, says that she don't know how these purchases occurred on the agency's credit card because she had not made these purchases with the agency's money. She just don't know how Saks Smith, whatever it is, Fifth Avenue, whatever the fuck, fancy restaurant. She just has no idea how the rental, how the $1,000 rental for the week. Girl, she just has no idea how her whole lifestyle at this Las Vegas conference ended up on the agencies. Y'all. I'm gonna post all the links. Matter of fact, hold on. Let me post the links right now in the stream, baby. Y'all gotta Google that. I'm gonna post it in the description box. Here's one link here. Boom. Hold on. Let me see if I can pull the other one up, girl. Because we gonna finish this lawsuit, girl. Oh my God. I am literally, y'all. The motherfuckers are crazy. okay. Baby, can't nobody tell me shit after all this. Nothing, bitch. I don't feel sorry for nobody, bitch. And ain't no humanizing nobody over here. It ain't no nothing, bitch. Crazy. These folk are sick. These motherfuckers are delusional, demonic, just all out wicked. Everybody they get connected to is goddamn wicked. Everybody they get in relationship to is wicked. Any motherfucker over there supporting them hoes, claiming that they only there for the non-Larry, non-CTV, non-Miko, non-Jives content, girl, is delusional. Don't fuck with you either, girl. It's just like, done. You are just simply like them motherfuckers. Okay, it's people trying to argue that, oh no, I'm only there for the non-CTV, for the non-slanderous related shit. Bitch, the non-slanderous content only makes up 1 goddamn % of content over on that motherfucking platform. You're the same cloth. You cut from the same low-hanging ass dilapidated tree. The fuck? Baby, there ain't no restoration services. Hold on, let me post this other link in the chat too. For those who wanna check out these things for themselves. I'm about to post the other one in here too. These links will also be in the description box, y'all. Yes, fellas, it's being too much. Everything is so extreme about all of this. It's all over. It's insane. This is literally demonic. This all is demonic. It's all demonic. What y'all are seeing is real life demonicness manifested. This is God literally proving that demonic systems and demonic ass people exist. Y'all got to see the manifestation of the demonic kingdom through this debauchery between us and that dilapidated ass team over there. This is literal. This is metaphysical at this point. This has transcended human powers. This is about demonic kingdom against righteous kingdom. Y'all are witnessing the manipulative, coercive tactics of the demonic kingdom. Y'all are witnessing the slanderous, kill, steal, and destroy tactics of a demonic kingdom. Y'all have bear witness to the long suffering of the righteous. Did we not extend long suffering? Did we not extend patience? Did we not extend virtue? Y'all are literally watching spiritual matters be represented as physical people and physical events that are being puppeteered by righteous forces and demonic forces. This is beyond human now. But let's finish this article. On December 13, 2011, WKYC-TV reporters described their inspection of Head Start playgrounds. Middleton was responsible for maintaining. At one, they found broken glass on the playground and 2 drainage culverts accessible to children with 2 feet of standing water. So to add insult to what is already a total fucking loss on behalf of Jacqueline Middleton, not only is this bitch taking all the motherfucking money, not only is she disguising herself as a community service worker and somebody who is a humanitarian while literally taking away the very resources that those in need actually need. She's not, it'd be one thing for you to be a thief, right? And for you to be with the sick shit, but for you to at least also do your job effectively. But not only is she with the fuck shit and the bribery shit and the stealing shit, she's not even doing her motherfucking job. She ain't even doing her motherfucking job. Because one of the playgrounds that she oversees for impoverished children was inspected and broken glass was found throughout the playground for little children to cut themselves on, and 2 drainage culverts accessible to children were accessible to children with 2 feet of standing water. Children could have fucking injured themselves, drowned themselves, and scarred themselves because she didn't have the decency to have the playgrounds properly inspected like they're supposed to, so that they can be cleaned and appropriated weekly and daily for people who were going to access these public spaces in the community. Just don't give a fuck, baby. Just literally only, it's like those people who get into pastoring, but the coin, girl, don't give a fuck about the people, girl. That's just the, that's just the performance and the role. What they there for is the coin and the lifestyle and the admiration of it all. The next day, WKYC TV Tom Meyer wrote about apparent nepotism at CEOGC. Middleton hired her long time, see, this is what I'm talking about. They hire and put in place like-minded people, aka Fupa, Let Me See Your Neck, T.S. McMillan, and Roxanne. Only put forth your yes men. Okay? Only stand beside other corrupted ass people. Their friendship to William McWig. See, there's a reason why I'm bringing all this out. I'm setting up context, man. Because, see, we make it make sense over here. And people just don't be realizing how all this shit is interconnected. And that there are patterns established here. And I'm the bitch to articulate and expose those patterns and synchronicities and those almost unseen connections between this event and that event, or this person and that person. Because this should be deeper than what meets the naked eye. Okay? But nonetheless, it says here that Middleton hired her long-term friend Arlene Wine, as well as Wine's husband, and together the couple earned $208,000. Arlene Wynn worked as vice president for information and technology, even though her degree is in French education. She put a bitch, Jacqueline put a bitch, who has a degree in an education in the French language in a information technology position. Hold on, let me just am I the only one who hate Earth? Am I the only one who hates Earth at this point, bitch? Huh? Okay. Maya wrote and her husband managed CEOGC's human resources. According to Mayer, Middleton had also hired another friend as well as a relative. I told you, it's the triangulating. So at this point, Middleton then hired 3 friends and a relative. The chair of the CEOGC Board of Directors did not return National Review online phone call by deadline. The Ohio Development Services Agency did not respond to NRO's inquiries and about why. Given Middleton's played record, CEOGC continued to receive such significant public funding. An HH spokesperson said the agency was unable to answer the same questions by NRO's deadline. According to the U.S. Attorney's Office, the charges against Middleton followed the investigation by the HHS OIG and the Federal Bureau of Investigation. As the U.S. Attorney's news release about Middleton noted, a charge is not evidence of guilt. Well, now she's been officially goddamn charged and doing 2.5 years in the federal penitentiary. How about that? But as Middleton awaits trial, taxpayers would be justified in asking why state and federal officials repeatedly dished out taxpayer money to CEOGC given the repeated and disturbing reports about misuse of funds and other misconduct. Oh, I can answer that question very easily. As to why state and federal officials repeatedly dished out taxpayer monies to this company led by Jacqueline Middleton, given her repeated offenses and disturbing reports about misuse of funds and other misconduct, it's because it was a chain of corrupted power. That's why. That's why. What we got to see is corruption on a federal and state level protect its own, because they all are corrupt. It's a hive mentality. This is just a corporate cults. Just like you have religious cults, you have social media cults following. Yeah, you have corporate cults. And all that means, as far as I'm concerned, on a psychological level, is communities of narcissism that manifests under white America, white collar America, that manifests under religion, that manifests under, it can manifest under any genre and walk of life. Okay? And all this news that we could use tonight was given to us in this article by Jillian Kay. Okay, who writes for National Review as Thomas L. Rhodes Fellow for the Franklin Center. Okay, she's also a senior fellow at the Independent Women's Forum. Okay, shout out for due diligence. This is what you call journalizing. Okay, so anybody got any issues with what was stated about Jacqueline? Take it up with Jillian Kay. Okay, take it up with Mr. McDonald, who wrote up the last article. Yeah, this is how dark and fucked up this gets. And is it ironic that Fupa would line up with this debauchery? No. Because I told y'all, like attracts like. Yes, Pam, this happens a lot. The trickle-down theory. Right. Yvette? This shit is buckety, butt-naked wild. This is wild. Baby. And this is just going on in our little side of YouTube. Look at how extraordinarily wild and evil and dark and sinister. Pamela says, you are not alone. Some days I feel overloaded and mentally exhausted by all the bullshit. Pamela, this, like Yahshua said, this world is. The Lord of this world is Satan. Satan is the prince of this world, the ruler of this dimension currently. That's who is the author of this current version of societies in the world. Luciferian agenda. Yeah, a classy. Right at home, because see that energy, you can't lie about energy. Energy is organic. Look at all the narcissists Fupa has attracted in the course of 2 years. And how ironic that he just somehow, out of all the people, out of all the attorneys on Free Legal Shield, out of all the fucking attorneys, what are the odds? Only energy could line up that 1 in 1 million odds. Only energy can do shit like that. You can't manufacture something like that. That's why there's no science to hitting the Powerball. There's no science to hitting the lottery. Because it's based upon a non-physical energetic system that transcends logic and intellect this is another one of those things. It's energetic. The law of attraction, as Miss M.S. Bynum says, only energy can create these type of odds. So, closing argument, right? Baby, we're going to have a field day in Patreon, baby. People have really signed up for the show, baby. Absolutely, Yvette. Luciferian. Baby, I'm scared to see any of these baby, I don't, baby. Look, the way that energy got these motherfuckers set up, baby, you can already assume that just anybody these motherfuckers get connected to, any so-called victims, any so-called whatever it is, accusers, hypothetical lawyers, girl, you can just already know that whoever works for, comes to, finds Fupa's platform is corrupted, period. Corruption, period. 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 If this right here is not the cherry and the icing on the goddamn cake to prove to you that this is a goddamn energy thing and that you can just throw the whole goddamn platform, you can just throw you can throw the babies and the water out together, bitch, just out of the window. Bye. Bye. It's nothing else to even. There's no more reasonable doubt anymore. These motherfuckers have been properly vetted and completely and utterly exposed on a spiritual level, on a literal level, that they've been vetted. These are fucked up people who do fucked up things, and everybody who get connected to them is of the same frequency. Fucked completely and utterly and totally up, baby. From the ground, from the feet up to the head down. Now, and don't nobody have no goddamn lawyer, so please just stop with the lawyer language. Don't nobody got no fucking lawyer but Larry. Okay? Fupa has to purchase Fred Middleton as he can afford them to respond. He had to write up his own responses and pay Fred to just sign off on it. Fred tried to help Fupa. He pretty much co-signed Fupa committing perjury or on the lines of perjury. And he also knew that Frederick also knew that filing a motion to dismissal was unethical in a case like this and did it anyway. But we're not surprised, right? Because he represented his wife, allegedly, who he knew was guilty as well, allegedly. So it's, once again, girl, you can't make this shit up because it makes sense. That's why I've been telling folk, Yvette, the best thing that folk can do now is pray. Pray. Pray for justice, because these are human systems who can make choices to honor the law, not honor the law. Judges who can honor the law, not honor the law. Lawyers who can honor the law, not honor the law. So now it's prayer time. Now it's time to fast. Okay, now it's time to go on that Daniel fast, that water fast until the 8th, baby. Now it's time to help push righteous spiritual outcome through the act of sacrifice. Now it's time for us to go in and to become one and to hold that space for Larry as he proceeds forward as the soldier on the front line in this. Now we have his back through prayer and sacrifice through fasting. Now we help push and petition the Lord through sacrificing food and sacrificing entertainment in exchange for a righteous outcome that we will request through prayer and mediation with the Lord, which is meditation in. Now, I want to say something before we pussy pop on out the building. Yes, Miss Bynum, absolutely in the gap. Let's go to work, y'all. Y'all get that prayer work. Y'all get into that Patreon, baby. We might have a prayer service tomorrow, girl, because we are physical, we are spiritual people over here, honey. Okay, everybody in the Patreon. What is today? Sunday. We might do a Patreon live. Y'all can join me. I'm gonna drop the StreamYard link. And we're gonna do some praise and worship and give God his glory. And we're gonna talk to God about Larry and make our request known. I think that's what we're gonna do Sunday in Patreon. Okay, because the clock is ticking now. And we need this thing to pop off right. Mods, can y'all block webcam chat hot girls and boys video? Block them, please. Because I can't do it through StreamYard. Oh, let me see if I can. Let me see here. Hold on. I think somebody already must have did it. Did somebody already block webcam chat? Because I already set to fast and pray. Yes, Prissy. Hold on. Let me try to get these. Hold on. Where's my phone? Let me block this motherfucker. Okay, you already got him, guys. Thank you so much. Hold on, y'all. Because I got one more statement I want to make before we pussy pop on out the door, child. Pussy popping, pussy popping. I want to make hold on, pussy pop on out the door, child. Let me see here. Okay, thank you, Pritz. I'm classy. So here's the kicker, y'all. Yeah, I know I like to do a kicker, huh? So, girl, beyond this being some deep demonic ass, narcissistic, hellish ass shit type here, girl, and this is why y'all don't really be needing to be watching. Y'all don't even need to expose yourself, honey. At this point, a street committee, y'all can, y'all really, I don't even want y'all even exposing yourself to the shit, really. I don't even want y'all absorbing the energy thereof. I mean, the energy is literally, it's hellish. And that's why a lot of people can't even watch Fupa at this point. This is why so many people come back to all of us and be like, at this point, they can't even watch them for more than 2 seconds. Soon as he get to talking, soon as Mr. Potato Head gets to talking, baby, people just get disgusted. They want to vomit. It's almost like, it's almost like people's own bodies are rebuking the encounter with these folk over there. And y'all don't even got to be over there, y'all. We literally have enough at this point. I mean, it's really a case closed. We have everything that we ever gonna need at this point. We have everything that we ever gonna need to do everything that can be done under the sun as it relates to all of the things that have happened, which I proved go all the way back to 2019. I proved today by pulling up Patreon records, etc., that this thing started off as cozy. Fupa the one who went left. Fupa was the one with the extra shit. Fupa was the one inserting his goddamn nose into shit. Fupa was the one being disruptive. He put himself on the outs. And he stayed on the outs because nobody was willing to let his ass back in. But I also want to say this. For those of you who feel that, you know, wow, can't believe all this happened over Larry calling a nigga insignificant, that ain't the reason why Fupa has sustained any of this. Fupa sustained his beef and his insignificant platform has been set up the way that it's been set up for one reason and one reason only. Not because his feelings are hurt, which of course, mental illness, trauma, pain, body, all that shit goes into this, right? All that are variables. But there's one main component here that really acts as the ultimate glue for Fupa's commitment, what has been his commitment this far. And it's been no other than that infamous word you've heard over the past 2 years, clout. You got to be honest enough with yourself as observers and viewers to pull back and say, do you really believe that Fupa would have been this pressed over a man calling him insignificant if the man who called him insignificant was also insignificant himself? Are you seeing Fupa go to war on his platform with anybody who is insignificant? No. You see him only going to battle with people who he has something to gain from having a fight with. Do you see him harassing people and content creators who only have 100 subscribers? No. Do you see him harassing and sustaining beef with people and content creators who only have 500 subscribers? No. He's only attracted to the big dogs in the church sector, the George Bloomers, the Bishop Bernard Jordan, any notable public figure, especially that connected to the church, because you know they all want to be Larry Reid. And he's only sustaining beef with people who he, tried to fit in with and then got rebuked by, but who also happen to be larger content creators than him. Fupa is out the one thing and one thing only, numbers. That's why he was a spam assassin in everybody's Patreon. That's why he stole receipts and stole stories and tried to hijack the William McWig thing and accomplish nothing at all. Okay? Only was obsessed with William because of what he could gain by obsessing over William. Only obsessing over CTV, only obsessing over Larry, only obsessing over King, Miss Miko, Andrea, over what could be gained. Now, he's a scoring lover in Andrea's case. You know, she created the narcissistic injury that made him relentlessly pursue her after she injured him narcissistically. I mean, after she injured him as a narcissist. And, we talked about narcissistic injury and what happens to a narcissist when you injure their ego. Spaz, they become deadly. My narcissist became suicidal and homicidal. They go ballistic when you injure their ego. When you break their spell. When you show them that they have no power. They fall apart because their whole identity is built upon power. Perceivable power. Fupa would not be talking about CTV if CTV only had 1,000 subscribers. He would not be warring with Larry and using Larry's name in 95% of his content if Larry was a small content. This is not about anything of substance. This fight is not about anything of substance. Fupa and Mr. Potato Head can say what the hell they want to say to justify whatever. Because even if I was willing to consider, which I do not because they're just not the facts. These are the facts. But if I was willing to consider and take what they give as an explanation seriously, it still would not justify why they've done all the extreme things they've done, and why they still have not been able to move on, even if they got offended by anyone. Because who makes a 2-year beef out of a isolated offense? Only a narcissist punishes somebody for fighting them back. This happens in a lot of domestic violence situations where the perpetrator, the assailant, starts beating up on you, and then you defend yourself, and they kill you in the process of you defending yourself against them. So you're mad and upset at people that you started with because they slapped your ass back. And didn't even slap you as hard as you tried to slap them. On top of that, still took it easy when they did hit your ass back. And then you kept looking for the fight. Again and again and again and again and again until we finally kicked your jaws up in your ass. Now you want to be the entire victim instead of just being able to own your place amidst all this foolery. So even if I was willing, even if I was dumb, stupid, and didn't have access to what happened over the past few years, and I was just stepping into this shit, and even if all that was the case, and I was willing to say, okay, Larry them started it. But how do you justify doing things that they never even did to y'all? How do you justify doxing? How do you justify brandishing weapons? How do you justify trespass on people's property? Stuff that has yet to happen to Fupa or any other member of the 18, for them to be such the victim. How come nobody has crossed state lines yet? How come nobody has pulled up on their property? How come nobody has talked to their neighbors? How come nobody has snooped through their windows? For them to be such victims. And what type of people parading around as victims who are claiming that these people are after us initiates physical proximity to the people who they claiming are after hurting them? Why would you come to the home of the person that you're claiming is victimizing you? That should be a scary situation. After all, your narrative is that they're after you and they're harmful and they're trying to incriminate you into a murder plot. So what you're going to do is pull up right to their front door and you're the victim? It doesn't even make sense if you entertain their narrative. It doesn't even make, it can't, it won't, it just will never. Okay? And like I said, I'm typically don't throw receipts around just for the hell of it, but there's a lawsuit going, Now there's a purpose to engage in all this. So now we can start dropping some things and revealing some things and making some things super duper clear. That was already clear, but we just gonna add that extra 4K on that clarity, honey. Really bring it into focus, okay? So Fupa is doing this for no other reason than clout, okay? He's the only one who had anything to gain. Everybody who he is beefing with was already established prior to him and remained established since him. And he's the only one out of everybody who has a private account, him and Mr. Let me see your neck is honest enough to know that she's a loser, so she can be proud of her 1K. Hell, she happened to just have that, and she wouldn't even have got that had it not for even aligning with the asinine team as the first lady of the asinine team. So that's all this about, child. The bitch is not after, this ain't for no other reason, girl. It ain't for no hurt. It ain't for nothing Larry said on the Patreon. It ain't about nothing. Okay, this is just about these hoes trying to get in and be loved. They tried to get in first by just trying to be our friends. Then when they got called out for their fuck shit and got kicked out, Then they justified they tried to disguise the clout chasing as, oh, but he said this and he said that. That's why I'm on his dick. Clout. Mm-hmm. All you got to do is look at who they fight with. All people who are more established than them. Okay? They do not fight with smaller content creators. They do not fight with people who they have nothing to gain from. Okay? All they do is fight with those who have more than them and punish those who say no to them and punish those who leave them, like Prissy Poodle and Harlow, who they punish for leaving. Okay? It's a lot of motherfuckers out here on these YouTube streets talking about, let me see your transcript. Do you see Fupa standing up for let me see your fat ass? It's niggas out here dragging her right now. I showed y'all one of the videos of one of the niggas in the conscious community, in the black conscious hotep community, who dragging her motherfucking big ass. Do you see Fupa on that nigga ass? No. Why? Because that nigga got the same amount of subscribers that Fupa do. He got 3K subscribers. So ain't nothing for Fupa to benefit from. Hell, he can't really gain nothing from that. He need to fight with niggas who got at least twice as much as he do. That's really worth it to him. There's plenty of motherfuckers dragging Darryl. There's plenty of motherfuckers dragging mad cow disease. But most of those people are smaller content creators. They got more manufactured views than some of the people talking about them. So it just don't make sense in business because this is all about clout. Hey, Miss Miko, are you in live? Miss Miko the caught this commentary, went live and gave a commentary and flew back. Come on, Superwoman. Baby, that's what the hell you call motherfucking multitasking, bitch. Miss Miko ass jumped on this live, baby. Then had to swing over to Miko Boulevard, baby. Take care of something real quick. Then come back, baby. Oh my God. But I'm about to hang though. You good, Miss Miko? I hope you still got it up because I'm about to go over there and check it out. If you still got it up. But yeah, so this is all about clout, y'all. This is all about clout, child. This ain't about nobody hurting them folk. This ain't about nobody doing nothing to them folk. Them folk are only in this debauchery with all of us because they had something to gain. They platforms had something to gain from either our love for them or them hating us because we no longer wanted them to sit with us. Okay, so that's that, girl. I am gonna put the articles for the lawyer's wife, honey. I mean, baby, y'all. Child, we said it all. We have said it all, baby, as the plot motherfucking thick. Okay? On that note, I'm gonna get out of here. Oh, you locked it? Well, damn. But what had happened? You gonna redo it tomorrow? What had happened? Oh my goodness. Damn, Mika. Okay, well, I will be tuning in tomorrow for sure. I don't know what took place. Right, D5. Look, wig blown back, baby. And this is a 4-hour show, girl. But you know, I ain't meaning for this commentary to be that long, child. I'll never take my damn time, guys. Okay, we got a lot to go through, baby. If y'all missed everything about Jacqueline Middleton, Fupa's lawyer's wife, who's doing 2.5 years in the federal penitentiary for bribing and misappropriating funds, child, allegedly, baby. Get into it, baby. This shit is for real corrupted. This shit is for real. It's for real. It's for real. And the fake Patreon receipts. Well, you know what, Miss Miko? You know, these people, they pull up the Word app on their desktops and type up their own responses, okay? Type up their own countersuits and shit, okay? These are plagiarizing, fraudulent ass, falsifying documents as type of bitches. So I'm not surprised that they done manufactured and photoshopped some shit together. That's why in previous commentary, I said that's what I love about the court system. That's what I love about the criminal justice system. That's what I love about discovery. It's because so-called evidence gets vetted in discovery. So whatever people present as evidence, that shit don't get taken at face value. During discovery, that shit is vetted by actual companies. That shit is vetted by actual cyber forensics. So motherfuckers better be very fucking careful about what they use as a defense, especially when they know that it's falsified and fake as fuck. Because once your ass get clocked under an investigation for falsifying documents and tampering with evidence, baby, you literally blow any opportunity. There's no redemptive quality because, and that's literally also what perjury is. You presented information knowing that it wasn't true, knowing that you falsified it, knowing that you exaggerated with the intent to confuse the courts. And the reason why the courts know that it's falsified is because the courts do their due diligence to vet so-called evidence, to vet so-called Exhibit A and B and C. So these motherfuckers gonna fall on their own sword. They're gonna fall on their own shit. They gonna fall on their own motherfucking sword. Hold on, is Shamarco fine ass in the building? Where's Shamarco at? What's going on, Shamarco? What's going on? The head LRL, honey. Y'all, shout out to Pastor Brian in the building, baby. Shamarco, did you hear? Did you hear all this corruption in this commentary? You run the last, like, soon as I get started on the articles about Jacqueline Middleton, Fupa's lawyer's alleged wife, honey. Play, run that shit back, Pastor. Run that back. Okay? This Nico says from Bingo on Patreon. Oh my God. Wow. These people are they are stupid. Like, they so used to being stupid, and they so used to surrounding themselves with other stupid people that they forget that there are sane, rational, intelligent people in the earth who get exposed to their tomfoolery. They forget that not everybody is stupid, even though they've been afforded to be around nothing but stupid people the majority of their damn life. They forget that they don't exist within a bubble. Okay? And that other people who are not like-minded to them get into proximity of them and be like, you know you done fucked up, right? You know this some bullshit, right? You really didn't know that? Because see, them being around stupid people, that's their new normal. They were raised by stupid people. They went to school with stupid people. They were forced to be friends with stupid people. They were forced to be accepted by stupid people. So they're used to playing stupid games, saying stupid things, thinking in stupid ass ways, and therefore they win stupid prizes like lawsuits and injunctions and getting Tylenol .2s stuffed up in their bussy holes in a mental asylum to keep them calm and that patent sale. Those are the type of stupid prizes that stupid ass people win. Okay? So I can't wait to see them continue to play in the court spaces and watch the courts go ballistic ham on their ass. And we're gonna be right here to report on all of the Tom goddamn foolery. I ain't even see their show tonight, so I don't even know what they presented. But I'll be on it, baby. That's for sure. I'll be on it. That is for damn sure. Right, Jace, to all the motherfucking war. Why did they need Larry's private Patreon? Why did they read Larry's private Patreon? Well, according to Miko, it wasn't even his Patreon, child. And because they are full, but you know what? Larry can strike up. Even if his Patreon material is over there, Larry can strike up that shit. Because that's Larry's intellectual property, and that is exclusive and subscription-based intellectual property as well. So it is flaggable. And that's exactly what Larry should do if he so desires. All them lying. I told y'all liars. They liars. That's why I don't even look at this point. It's just like, child, do what you gotta do. Do what you gotta do over there. A fuck team, baby, because baby, at this point, y'all under a curse. I don't even think that they have the ability to not be reprobates. Like, God done harden their hearts so that victory could fall on us and Larry. Okay. So now they can't even stop themselves from incriminating themselves, but all that's working to our defense. Oh, that's what our defense. The more that they push forward in this frequency, the more that works for all of us. Don't stop, can't stop, won't stop. Don't stop the wrong shit. So we can penalize and criminalize everything that's going on. CTV, please tell me you picked up your butter. I didn't, but I'm going to this weekend, Oz. I promise you. I was actually supposed to today. My friend was supposed to come over today, who actually picked up all of the things from my P.O. box, but I've been asleep all damn day, so I didn't get to see him today. So more than likely I'll see him tomorrow, but I am going to get that because I need it, Miss Oz, okay? I'm definitely going to get it, boo. Okay, and thank you so much for it, child. You know I'm gonna call you. I said the same thing. Something ain't right to buttermilk. He's a hoardalized and weak ass reads. Baby, the people are pitiful. But I gotta go, y'all. I gotta get up out of here. Baby, wow, shit is wild at this point. You know, it's a circus at this point, child. It's a demonic circus at this goddamn point. So y'all stay prayed up, child. Expect those people to lie. Expect anything they present as receipt. Anybody they present is fraudulent. Everything they present is fraudulent. Everything they say is fraudulent and can be easily vetted. Okay, so they make themselves look stupid. If they think that the lies are not going to be broken down and exposed as we've been doing for the past 5 months, we all been breaking down their bullshit, they are sadly fucking mistaken. And that's why I say that this content is going to remain up, because, and this is why, Miss Miko, I really, 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 really want you to unprivate all of your motherfucking videos. I just feel like it is not right that you, first of all, you put in all that work to give all that commentary and to show all of those receipts about mad church disease and all of that shit, just to have it privated while still having all of their posts completely up about you, you know. And because you do have a business and you have people who want to Google you, I feel like your virtual lawyer is all the commentary you've done in your defense. And people don't have access to that, who are coming along and just finding you. And when they Google you, all they see is all of the conversations that Mad Church Disease and all the conversations that Fupa Moore done had about you, and they don't see anything from you, which probably convinces people that what's being said is more than likely true. So I feel like the hell with all that shit, like unleash that shit. Let your commentary reign, honey. Let your side of the story be out there amongst they shit, so that when people Google you and see they shit, they see all your shit too. Okay? Like, I just feel like that acts as a great balance. And that gives, you know, people coming along the opportunity to just see your shit and be like, oh, okay, I get it now. These are just some hating assholes. Okay, Miss Miko done put these hoes on blast. She done told us where these hoes come from, why they even talking about her. You know, she done explained her mug shots and her background. And so it really just does you a great service to have that. And I think it also correlates with your street ministry and you being a victim of cyberbullying. And so all that commentary is your testimony. It's your testimony. So let it rain, honey. And I would strongly encourage you to unprivate all of your material, especially the ones that it relates to you defending yourself. Let that stuff be out there, because they're not going to ever do that for you. They're not going to shut down any of their shit. Don't shut down any of your shit. I'm telling y'all, Conscious and Labs Patreons, get into it. Y'all, please sign up. Yes, Classy. Let me read a few more comments that I'm out. The way Uncle Larry prayed the other day, Fupa and them animals are going to be looking like the sons of Scava. Maybe after 9/11, Rhonda says. The bishop said he can't wait. Yes, with you in the live stream. Absolutely, baby. Y'all better hit the link, honey, okay? 2 Chronicles 20, be stand still and see the salvation of the Lord. Come on, Jace. Where are your boys' mom, Fupa? Baby, somewhere running for cover because she found out the hard way that this bitch is crazy as hell, okay? So she had to divorce that ass and probably had to divorce her, got anything that came from his ass, okay? She had to haul ass, baby. Had to haul the fuck ass. I'm gonna get you signed up. Okay, Ray. Thank y'all. Everybody signed up, child. We'll be in there. Okay, Constant Stills Brown already signed up. Yes, God, child. We'll be in the building. So I gotta go. I love you guys. We go pussy pop on out the door, child. Spread the news, girl. Share this video, child. Let people know that these systems are fucked up. All these hoes is corrupted and fraudulent as hell, girl. And they are being exposed for what the fuck. They are supernatural liars and goddamn demons and hellhounds, okay? And we're not gonna let up off their motherfucking neck, okay? Until the Lord tells us to let up off their damn neck. Until then, y'all stay blessed, stay highly favored. It's time to pray. It's time to fast. September the 8th, 10 a.m. And the Patreon, we live streaming. Let's go. Let's motherfucking go. Oh,
hey, what's up, Larry baby? Listen, this is just a little remix to remind you that you are still the shiznit. So don't even worry about Darryl Moore the Bomb and his B-Team minions, because you had a purpose before they even had an opinion. You still got much love out here, and you are still winning. So let those haters hate, and let those trolls troll. Wow. They are just mad because they will never ever rise to your level. Y'all haters ain't on his 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 level. You ain't on his level. Here we go. We're gonna start with Darryl Moore. You ain't on his level. And I'll say your name, cause from the pits of the hell you came. You's a dirty old man. You came up with a lame ass plan. You tried to take Larry down, with a proof that was unfound. Shame on you. Find something else better to do. Cause that same ditch that you dig in is the same ditch your ass gonna fall in. You recruited El Carter, and his dumb ass ain't no smarter. And as a matter of fact, I think you want Larry's feet in your crack. Damn! Marcella, looking like Hannibal Burris. You're always making threats, but ain't never done a damn thing yet. Ain't you that gutter snake who made fun of Larry's rape? You'll say it ain't so, but when we saw you on a video, shut the hell up and sip your tea, because a badass you'll never be. All you do is talk shit with that lame ass 18 clip. And now we got big little Kim, who really just wants to sit in. I won't go in on you, sis, but you're so much better than this. And Roxanne, Darryl don't want to be your man. He is just using you because he needs a thinking of you. Y'all haters ain't on his level. Blackness is clean. Y'all haters ain't on his level. Whoever the hell y'all be, you ain't on his level. Y'all the biggest haters I ever seen. Y'all niggas ain't on his level. Y'all haters ain't on his level. You ain't on his level. Y'all haters ain't on his level. Y'all haters ain't on his level. Y'all haters ain't on his level. You ain't on his level. Y'all haters ain't on his level. Y'all niggas ain't on his level. Y'all ain't on his level. You will never be. You tried it though. Gotta give you an A for effort, but you really got an E for epic failure. Now go cry in the car.